Okay, the meeting will come to order. I would remind anybody that's attending, if they would please sign in if you haven't already. And the first item up for consideration is a request from Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a reconsideration vote this morning on Senate File 144. This is a public funds lobbying bill. We kind of closed that down yesterday, and I just feel uncomfortable with closing that down at this time. I would like to ask to keep that open at least through the next meeting. So I'd like to have a reconsideration vote on that.
All right, and I don't believe we voted to one way or the other. So if you want to keep that open for next meeting and have that as an agenda item, we certainly can.
Okay.
All right. So staff, let's put that on next meeting's agenda, please. All right, next up, we will have the elections bills. And what I'd like to do, Mr. Anderson, if you could actually go through the bills in their entirety, and then we'll kind of select the ones that are an easy lift and kind of group them accordingly from there, so.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Josh Anderson from LSO. As you'll recall, at our last meeting, there were a number of bills related to elections that were from the 2025 session that were discussed at our last meeting and requested to be redrafted and brought back to this meeting. So I'll kind of just go through them in numerical order here. First one, 26 LSO 40. This was from last year's bill, 2025 House Bill 245 engrossed, pen and paper ballots. So on page 2, Mr. Chairman, creates a new section specifying that notwithstanding any other provision of law, each county shall provide pen and paper or paper ballots and pens as the default method to mark ballots for all in-person voting in all elections in Wyoming. County clerk shall provide all voters with a paper ballot and pen to mark the ballot secretly as provided in the election code. Subsection B provides that subsection A shall not prohibit a county clerk from providing electronic ballot marking devices for use by persons with disabilities. Those devices shall comply with all federal accessibility requirements, including the Help America Vote Act, and specifies that the subsection shall not authorize the county to use electronic ballot marking devices as the default method of marking ballots. Subsection C provides definitions of both disability and electronic ballot marking device. And then starting on page 3, section 2, these are conforming changes, just specifying that the ability to adopt voting machines are subject to those limitations in that new section. And those same conforming changes are made several sections on page 4 of the bill. And then finally on page 5, there's just a misspelling that is being corrected in the bill, and the effective date is July 1 of 2026. And so that's that first bill, Mr. Chairman. If you wanted me to keep going or take questions bill by bill, however you want to do it, Mr. Chairman.
Let's just go through them all and then we'll back up to them, so.
Okay. So next bill, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 41. This was from 2025 House Bill 131, engrossed version. This is ballot drop boxes prohibition. It just provides that on the completion and return of a ballot, the ballot shall be sealed in the inner ballot envelope and mailed or hand delivered to the clerk. And then no county clerk shall establish or use a drop box for the purpose of collecting absentee ballots, and no person shall deliver an absentee ballot through any drop box. If a ballot is improperly delivered in violation of the section, the clerk may provide notice to the elector that the ballot is spoiled. And then there's a definition of drop box to mean any receptacle designed for the receipt of absentee ballots or for receipt of any other type of filing, payment, or document that would permit the delivery of an absentee ballot in a manner other than through mail or hand delivery as required in the section, and the effective date of July 1 of '26. Next bill, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 42. This was from 2025 House Bill 238 engrossed. This is ballot harvesting prohibition. It makes changes to that same section of law, 22-9-113. And it says the ballot shall be mailed or delivered subject to subsections B and C of the section, and then creates those new subsections. Subsection B provides that no person shall deliver a ballot to the clerk unless the person is the qualified elector, the immediate family of the qualified elector, or an employee of a residential care facility authorized to deliver a ballot. And it says this subsection shall not apply to ballots that are mailed to the clerk. Subsection C provides that an employee of a residential care facility may deliver an absentee ballot on behalf of a qualified elector. They are required to file an affidavit with the county clerk on a form prescribed by the Secretary of State, attesting that the employee is authorized to deliver the ballot, and then requires the county clerk to provide any affidavits received to the Secretary of State within 30 days following the election. Subsection D specifies that if a ballot is delivered in violation of subsection B or C of the section, it shall not be tabulated, and the clerk may provide notice to the elector that the ballot has not been tabulated. You'll see a staff comment there just noting a difference between this version and the engrossed version. I changed that and to an or there, subsection B or C, rather than requiring a violation of subsection B and C. And then another note that it could just likely be subsection B. And you'll see there then page 4, it makes a violation of subsection B a felony offense. And the effective date is July 1, 2026. Next bill, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 43. This is random hand count audits of election results from 2025 House Bill 217 introduced version. So it goes into the section on post-election audits, and it says, in addition to the audit under subsections A and B, following each primary and general election, each county clerk shall conduct an audit of the ballots in one precinct. The Secretary of State shall randomly select one precinct in each county to be audited. The county clerk shall conduct a hand count audit of all the ballots cast in the precinct selected by the Secretary of State and shall compare the hand count result with the result tabulated by the electronic voting system. The audit shall be completed not later than 1 week following the date of the election, and the results shall be immediately reported to the Secretary of State. And then it gives the Secretary of State rulemaking authority to implement rules related to the conducting of that audit. Specifies that those rules are due to be completed not later than September 1 of 26 and makes the bill effective immediately. Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 44. This was based on 2025 House Bill 232 engrossed. I will note a couple of errors I noted as I was preparing this the other day, and I'll note those as I go through some changes that you might want to make if you move this bill forward. So first, Mr. Chairman, changes the definition of recount at the bottom of page 2 to provide for the counting of ballots by hand or processing ballots through the tabulation system as specified in 22-16-109 through 22-16-113. You'll see the changes on page 3 are moving the date of the primary election from the third Monday in August to the first Monday in August. No, that change is made a couple of places throughout the bill. On page 4, Mr. Chairman, there's some revisions related to counting boards, specifying that unless the ballots are tabulated by electronic voting systems, the county clerk shall appoint a counting board for each polling place. And then a similar change on page C, a county board appointed under subsection A. Subsection D, for a polling place where a county board is not appointed, they can appoint a polling board provided that it does not apply if the ballots are tabulated by electronic voting system. And then a new subsection E provides for a counting board for when a recount is required. Bottom of page 5 and over to page 6 on the counting of ballots, reorganizing that section somewhat to provide that ballots shall not be determined by human tabulation except, and then a new subsection B there, when being recounted by hand in accordance with 22-16-109, and provides that Secretary of State may provide rules. And then subsection C, and here's one error I need to note: when counting write-in votes by candidate under its 22-16-103, it should be A3, Mr. Chairman. So there's an A missing right there. On page 7, Mr. Chairman moves the date of the county canvass back to the second Friday following the election. Over to page 8, this is the recounting provisions. And so subsection A is a recount for irregularities in the precinct, and it provides that that recount may be done by hand or by electronic voting equipment as determined by the county canvassing board. Subsection B is related to automatic recounting for close races. And so prior to the county canvass, there shall be a recount made of all the votes. And then subsection 1 there should be cast for any, and we would need to add the language, federal, statewide, or legislative office in which the difference in the number of votes is less than 2% of the votes cast for the winning candidate in that county. And then the recount shall be made of the entire district in which the candidates are standing for election in that county. This recount shall be conducted by a hand count, and it shall not be required if the recount is required under paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 is for any federal, statewide, or legislative office in which the difference in voting is 1% of the votes for that office in the entire state or district rather than just for the county. The recount shall be made in each county and shall be conducted by hand count. And then subsection 3 is for any other office not specified in paragraphs 1 or 2, where the difference is 2% of the vote, and that recount would be by electronic voting equipment. Subsection C is if the losing candidate may request a recount. This recount may be by hand count or electronic voting equipment as determined by the candidate. Subsection D would give the Secretary of State the option to request a recount and may specify which precincts are to be recounted. And that can be done by hand or by electronic voting equipment as specified by the Secretary of State. Subsection E gives the county clerk the discretion to recount any ballot proposition or race, and that may be done by hand count or electronic voting equipment. Subsection F provides that if there's any discrepancy between the recount and the preliminary election results, the county canvassing board determines the official result of the election. Subsection G creates an election recount account to provide for payment of costs related to recounts. 22-16-110 at the bottom of page 11 and over to page 12 is dealing with the candidate, losing candidate requesting a recount, and provides that the affidavit shall specify whether the recount should be conducted by electronic voting equipment or by hand count. And just one note there, we use the term using tally sheets. We don't use that anywhere else, so just one item for consideration if you move this forward, whether that term is needed there. The next section, middle of page 12, is recount of ballot propositions. And here again, we would need to add on page 12, line 15, if the proposition is a statewide proposition and receives the number of votes greater or lesser than 1%, then the recount shall be conducted by hand count. So on page 13, subparagraph B, if it's not a statewide ballot proposition and it receives within 2% of the number of votes required, that is also conducted by a hand count. Then paragraph 2 there, then a recount can also be made by request for a ballot proposition signed by 25 electors. And that just specifies that the affidavit shall specify whether the recount should be conducted by hand count or electronic voting equipment. Over to page 14, making just some conforming changes and then deleting the dollar amount as that's specified now in 22-16-113 on page 14 there. So if the affidavit requests a recount to be electronic voting equipment, the amount required to be deposited is determined by the county clerk not to exceed $1,000. And if it's a hand count, over to page 15, it would be an amount determined by the county clerk not to exceed $5,000. Subsection B, if the county, if the recount, and the existing language there, if the recount has sufficient error to change, the county shall pay the expenses and the deposit shall be returned. Otherwise, the applicant is liable for the actual cost. If the actual cost exceeds that $5,000 amount, the county clerk may seek reimbursement of reasonable expenses from the Secretary of State, and those should be reimbursed from that election recount account. And the county clerk shall provide a complete accounting of all the costs of the recount and the deposit paid by the candidate. If the recount is subsection C, if the recount is initiated by the county clerk or the county canvassing board, the cost of the recount shall be paid by the county, in which the recount is taken regardless of the result. If the recount is initiated by the Secretary of State, or if it's required under 22-16-109B, the cost shall be paid by the Secretary of State, regardless of the result. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on page 16, just moving the date of the state canvassing board to the third Wednesday following the election. And then on page 17, again, changing the reference to the date of the primary election. On page 18, there's a couple of sections repealed. The first is accounting board for counting center using electronic voting system. And then the second repeal there is repealing a subsection providing that the result of the recount is the official count. It was noted in the bill that would now be determined by the county canvassing board. And then there's an appropriation to that new account for $200,000. And the bill is effective July 1 of 2026.
Senator Steinmetz?
Mr. Chairman, do you want questions on the bill individually now or all at the end?
For this portion with Mr. Anderson, if you would like to ask a question, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I was just wondering why we're moving to the first Wednesday in August, because I was wondering if we have considered all of the county fairs that are leading up to state fair. So state fair is going on right now, and then most of our county fairs fall in that end of July, first week of August. Have we thought about that?
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I would defer to some of the folks behind me, maybe the clerks may have more, or the Secretary of State's office, but the idea, from my knowledge, was just to give more time for that hand counting process between the primary date, the county canvass time, and the general election. So it was just, so there was just a time crunch between those two.
All right, thank you, Josh. I appreciate that insight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lucas, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just really kind of thinking out loud, but that's an excellent point that Senator Steinmetz makes. Laramie County Fair is the first week, happens the first week in August, and that takes out one of our largest voting center. Yeah.
Okay, we'll ask that, I guess, when the Secretary of State comes up, or the clerk. So when we get to that point, let's remember those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So next bill up is 26 LSO 45. This is based on 2025 House Bill 307 engrossed. Poll watchers and polling station observation. On page 2, Mr. Chairman, the definition of poll watchers just changed slightly to provide that the poll watcher may observe voter turnout, voter registration, and vote counting. And subsection, or in 22.9.125, subsection E, provides that the responsibilities of poll watchers shall apply to any alternate procedures implemented under this section. Over to page 3, Mr. Chairman, and here's another error I need to note. In subsection C there, the responsibilities of poll watchers specified in 22.15.109 shall apply to, and it should read, I copied the language from the previous page, but it should have been changed to the designation and notice of polling places under this chapter. So that's a change that would need to be made there. Rest of page 3 just provides that poll watchers may be permitted in the polling place after the polls are declared closed, and the responsibilities of poll watchers shall apply to the procedures implemented and used under this chapter. Over to page 4, this is the section providing the authority and duties of poll watchers. Provides that the county chairman of each political party having a candidate on the ballot shall certify voluntary poll watchers prior to the date of the election to serve in polling places. And the county chairman of each political party that does not have a candidate on the ballot may certify volunteer poll watchers prior to the day of the election. And then it provides at the bottom of that section, at polling places where multiple precincts are served, there may be one poll watcher for each political party for each precinct. More than one poll watcher may be present at the polling place for the purposes of poll watchers switching shifts. Bottom of that page, Mr. Chairman, a poll watcher shall serve only at the polling places designated on the certificate designated by the county chairman in accordance with subsection A. Poll watcher is authorized to observe every aspect of the election. A poll watcher shall have the authority to be located close enough to hear and see the voters as they check in with election judges, and may make written memoranda, but shall not challenge voters, attempt to discern for whom an elector voted, or conduct electioneering activities or disrupt the polling process. A poll watcher shall not be prevented from observing all activities and processes at polling places. Poll watchers shall be allowed to observe polling place setup procedures before the polls open and shut down procedures after the polls close on election day and during any absentee voting period. Subsection C provides that if a poll watcher is removed for a violation, the state or county chairman may designate another certified poll watcher to replace the removed poll watcher and shall not notify the county clerk. Provides that no poll watcher shall be denied the ability to watch the polls for failure of a political party to provide a poll watching schedule to the clerk. Subsection D, certifications of poll watchers shall be considered delivered to the county clerk if sent electronically by close of business the day before the commencement of early voting and by close of business the day before the opening of polls on election day. They may be amended at any time until the opening of polls on election day, and the certification shall identify the training completed by the poll watchers. Subsection E, poll watchers shall be provided chairs, but shall not be restricted to a chair. Subsection F, county clerk may require poll watchers to wear identification badges consistent with other poll worker badges to include the poll watcher's name, party, polling location, and the word poll watcher. County clerk shall require poll watchers to pick up those badges at the polling place on the date of election unless they're allowed to pick up the day before the election at another location. And subsection D gives the Secretary of State rulemaking authority related to the ability of poll watchers to carry out the provisions of this section. Mr. Chairman, next bill, 26 LSO 46. This is based on 2025 House Bill 173 engrossed. This bill makes changes to how independent candidates can be registered for the ballot. The first change is on the form filed. They're required to also swear that they are an unaffiliated voter or are otherwise not registered in a major or minor political party. Then over to page 5, this changes the amount of signatures required from 2% to 3% of the total number of votes cast for a statewide office. For a countywide office, it's changed from 2% to 3% of the total number of votes cast. And for a district election, it's changed from 2% to 5% of the total number of votes cast in the last general election. And then it provides that if the district's boundaries have changed, it would be 5% of the votes cast for the office in the last general election. For the next section, bottom of page 6, the time for changing or for filing the independent petition. Notice of intention is required to be filed or provided to the Secretary of State and to the county clerk not less than 81 days before the date of the primary election in the applicable general election year, and then 14 additional days after that notice is provided, the petition is required to be filed with the Secretary of State and the county clerk. Excuse me. Next bill, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 47. This was from 2025 House Bill 278 introduced. This was elections and voting machine, or excuse me, voting machine and voting system tests. Starting on page 2 for voting machines, this provides that the county clerk shall not later than 5 days before a test and not later than 24 hours before a retest post a public notice in the office of the county clerk and on the website of the county clerk and notify the county chairman of each political party, stating the time and place where the voting machine will be prepared for the election. Provides that members of the public may be present at the preparation of the voting machine to see that machine is tested for accuracy and properly prepared. The county clerk, in the presence of these attendees, shall prepare the voting machine as specified. And subsection B provides that inspections of voting machines shall begin not less than 2 weeks before an election and continue until all the machines are publicly tested and sealed. Over on page 4 provides that The certificate of testing shall be filed with the Secretary of State, and a copy shall be kept on file in the office of the county clerk. And no voting machine shall be used in any election unless the machine is tested and prepared in accordance with this section. The next section, 2210.110, provides that if it's prepared, it may be challenged after the machine is sealed and before the election if the complaint is filed in the district court. And then subsection 5, or on page 5, sorry, Mr. Chairman, line 6, that's just a conforming change to provide that the rules of the Secretary of State can cover those testing provisions. Bottom of page 5, these are making similar changes to the that were made above, but for electronic voting systems. So again, not later than 5 days before the test or not later than 24 hours before a retest. Provide notice, public notice in the office of the county clerk, and notify the state chairman and the county chairman of the time and place of the tests. Provides that members of the public may be present for the test. Shall ascertain that all tabulating equipment will be accurately count the votes cast on all ballot styles that may be used in the election. Test shall be conducted by a pre-audited group of all ballot styles which are recorded a predetermined number of valid votes. And it says, if the primary method of voting in the county is by electronic ballot marking device, the test shall be conducted using ballots or ballot cards that are marked by an electronic ballot marking device. Shall be required to be able to test write-in candidates and including at least one undervote and one overvote in each race or measure in each precinct in each county. If an error is detected or if the test is not completed, the cause shall be ascertained and corrected and an errorless count shall be secured. On completion of the count, the results shall be retained by the county clerk, posted to the clerk's website, and a copy of the results shall be provided to any person upon request. The programs, test materials, and ballots shall be sealed and retained as provided for paper ballots, provided that if a retest is required, the seals may be broken so that an errorless count can be secured and certified as provided in this paragraph. Next bill, Mr. Chairman, is 26 LSO 48. This was a combination of a couple of bills from last session, 2025 House Bill 160 and 2025 House Bill 206, related to acceptable identification. So first, there's an amendment to acceptable identification means any of the following list of identifications, provided that the identification includes a photograph of the person. And then section 2 provides that 22.1.102A, 39B, 7 through 9 are repealed, and those are included below. Subparagraph 7 is photo identification issued by the University of Wyoming and Wyoming Community College or Wyoming Public School. Subsection 8 is a valid Medicare insurance card, and then subsection 9 is a valid Medicaid insurance card. Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 49, working draft 3. This was based on 2025 Senate File 190 engrossed. I would note that this bill does not include the portions related to proof of United States citizenship, which were passed last year in another bill, House Bill 156. This bill is a combination of two of the drafts that we've already talked about, number 40 and number 44. With your permission, it may not be necessary to go through that one page by page. I would note there's one difference on this one, Mr. Chairman, and that is that this bill also included provisions related to absentee polling places that were not included in either of those other two bills, 40 or 44. And that's beginning on page 7. Mr. Chairman, just provides that beginning 21 days before the date of the election is when absentee voting can occur, and ending at the close of business on the day before the election. And that same change is made also on page 8, lines 6 through 8. And then, Mr. Chairman, a final bill on this list, 26 LSO 50. This was a bill not from last year, but was requested by the Secretary of State's office at the last meeting, making some changes to the definition of qualified elector and some conforming changes. And the change you can see that's most common there is that it's removing the phrase "at which he may offer to vote" or "at which he offers to vote," and instead substituting that with the day. So will be at least 18 years of age on the day of the next election. And it makes that same change several different times, clarifying instead of it's at the election where the person offers to vote, that it would be at the date of the next election. And that's essentially that bill, Mr. Chairman. And I take any questions on any of the bills.
Any questions from the committee on any of those election bills presented by Mr. Anderson? Yes. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quick, and I was just looking at, let me go back and make sure I get the right one. I think it was 47. I think you took probably the introduced bill, but it probably did not include, for example, a standing committee amendment, correct? At least from what I could tell, it didn't look like it. Wanted to confirm.
Mr. Anderson?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I believe it was just the introduced version of the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So question, I think I checked the minutes just to make sure it was correct. I did request us going over Title 22 and the parties in Title 22. Is that going to be a discussion that we have today or not? Or was there a memo drafted for any of that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies, Representative Yin. I didn't understand that was necessarily for the agenda for this meeting, but I'd be happy to work something out for you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, just want to make sure that we're not going to be discussing that today, if that's your understanding, Mr. Chairman, or are we?
Mr. Anderson, is that something you could have for after lunch, or do you want to look at that next meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I did not have that as far as an agenda item for this meeting.
So I think we'll look at it for next meeting. Is that okay, Representative?
Mr. Chairman, as long as we tackle it, I think it's something that people are interested in hearing about.
All right, let's have that ready for next meeting. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you, Josh. You've done so much work on all of this, and when I look at all of it, it makes my head spin a little bit. So I just want to thank our staff. These election issues have been a heavy lift for you guys, and we really appreciate it.
All right. That was a very in-depth look at some election law. So I think in order to kind of manage our day, we'll take these some in groups for public testimony and then go to individuals. But first off, I'd like to tackle pen and paper ballots, ballot drop boxes, and ballot harvesting. So for those three bills, I'd like the Secretary of State to come up and have comment to those.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, or Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Real quickly, it would be helpful for me to know where these bills ended up. All of these bills, I think, were considered in the previous session. But if I could just be reminded by, where they ended up, at what point, where they were considered and where they weren't, that would be helpful.
Okay.
So along the way, let's try to do that.
And I think you'll probably have some history knowledge of where these ended up in session, so if you can enlighten us along the way.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's definitely gotten ingrained in my brain over the years. I appreciate this. I'm very passionate about it. And, would it be okay, Mr. Chairman, if I just give a quick rundown on our lawsuit on proof of citizenship for registering to vote? About 3 minutes?
Yes, that's okay if you want to comment on that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give a little bit of a report to the committee on it. The day after the first Corporations Committee, I was sued in my official capacity as Wyoming Secretary of State. It was a suit brought by Equality State Policy Center challenging our very important proof of citizenship for registering to vote requirement that passed in the 2025 legislative session. We got to work in hiring counsel for that. We hired outside counsel. I had an agreement with the Attorney General on that. We hired Dylan Law, who provided really great and vigorous defense of the truth and the rule of law. And we filed a motion to dismiss and also a response on that litigation. The President Trump and the Trump administration, the Justice Department filed a statement of interest supporting our arguments defending proof of citizenship for registering to vote, and we thank them for that. The Republican National Committee filed an intervention supporting our arguments for proof of citizenship for registering to vote, and think that is a great development as well. And then 25 conservative attorney generals filed an amicus brief supporting proof of citizenship for registering to vote, and that motion to dismiss was granted about 2.5 weeks ago. So the case has been dismissed, and so we're kind of very excited about proof of citizenship for registering to vote, withstanding the test of time and the vigorous defense that we provided of the rule of law. Now, and starting out on LSO draft 40 pen and paper ballots. Good morning, co-chairman, members of the committee. I'm Chuck Gray, the Wyoming Secretary of State, and today to my left, I'm joined by Joe Rubino, our policy director and counsel. Very excited about 26 LSO Bill Draft 40, which is the same in substance as, Mr. Chairman, your House Bill 245 from the 2025 legislative session, which passed the Wyoming House of Representatives but was not considered for introduction in the Senate. It was held by the Senate President. This was a key part of our conservative election integrity reform agenda that we launched at the end of 2024. And I believe this issue is one of key importance and also essential to achieving the means and objectives of President Trump's executive order preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections issued on March 25th, 2025. And as we laid out in the first joint corporations meeting in Lander, a key part of that executive order was removing the barcodes from ballots so that you have a pen and paper sort of ballot that does not have barcodes. And so just 3 weeks after this bill died by being held in the Senate, the president in his executive order made clear that the administration is taking the stand that they want barcodes off the ballots, and demanded that the EAC set up a procedure in their upcoming standard selection that would remove the barcodes from any ballots and move to a pen and paper ballot requirement. Essentially, this bill draft, just like the engrossed version of House Bill 245 from the 2025 legislative session, creates a new section, 22-13-119, to specify that paper ballots and pens shall be the default method to mark ballots in all Wyoming elections. Now, for a little bit of background, 22 of 23 counties currently provide pen and paper ballots as the default measure. However, Wyoming's most populous county, Laramie County, does not. It is the largest county, accounting for 16% of votes cast statewide in the 2024 general election. Laramie County primarily uses what is called an express vote system, where voters insert a card in a machine, select their candidates on a touchscreen, and receive a printed ballot with a list of their votes. Now, this is very important, though. However, the tabulation machines count votes by reading barcodes that are simultaneously printed on the ballot, not by reading the printed names on the voter's ballot. So at the top of the ballots in Laramie County on the express vote, there's a series of barcodes, and it's the barcodes that cast the ballot, not the names. So the machine printing out the response once people give their selections does not meet the qualifications of the executive order, and in my opinion, in terms of advancing election integrity, because it's the barcodes that are casting the ballot. And of course, the problem there, right, is that we can't read barcode, or at least I can't. If anybody here can, enlighten me. I'm open to it. Relying on barcodes decreases the trust in our elections because electors cannot verify that the barcodes on their ballots correspond with the candidates they voted for. This bill will increase confidence in our elections because voters will trust that their ballot was counted accurately when they fill them out with pen and paper, and that's why it is also in President Trump's executive order. I want to be clear that as currently drafted, this bill does allow the express vote systems to be used in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, but strikes a clear policy preference for use of pen and paper ballots in our elections, which I fully support. Now, a little bit more background on this. This is hot off the presses, off a meeting that I just had with the Election Assistance Commission. They are currently drafting what's called VVSG 2.1. It's the suggested standards for machines that they are attempting to draft a new version of. Now, the previous versions of VVSG will probably still remain in effect for machines that have been approved with those standards. But with the new standards that would apply to new machines, because of the technology and the priorities here and how things have changed, they're looking to say that we're going to have no barcodes whatsoever, and are engaging in a really vigorous conversation with the disabilities community on how there can be a way of not having barcodes that also meets the standards of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So stay tuned on that, because that draft of what's called VVSG 2.1, that's the new standards that have been initiated by the executive order, and again, at least as currently drafted, would not apply to machines that have been certified under VVSG, say 2.0 or previous versions of VVSG. But the new standards, they are looking at drafting a requirement that does away with barcodes whatsoever, and with a really strong conversation with the disabilities community, with the machine vendors, they feel they can meet the standards under the Americans with Disabilities Act, provide that accommodation as should be done in a way that does away with barcodes for everybody. However, this bill draft is currently drafted, does provide that accommodation. Now, I want to say, as this conversation continues, as VVSG 2.1 possibly is brought forward, I think we should look at possibly bootstrapping to that standard to get rid of barcodes in its entirety in clear accommodation with the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's a conversation they're having now in terms of providing that accommodation, and if there's a way to do it that gets rid of barcodes, but that uses the technology that is out there that is really developing at a fast pace. So that is one thing to note. However, the current draft does provide says that the express vote systems can be used at this time for that one carve out. But we'll continue to watch the EAC conversation on that as well. This is key to fulfilling President Trump's executive order. Section B, Romanet I, provides that the EAC should issue guidance specifying that voting systems should not use a ballot in which a vote is contained within a barcode or quick response code in the vote counting process, except where necessary to accommodate individuals with disabilities, and should provide a voter verifiable paper record to prevent fraud or mistake, unquote. That is from the EO itself. This bill draft achieves this purpose by restoring as the default method paper ballots with no barcodes, with exceptions under the Americans with Disabilities Act. This achieves the purpose of the executive order. Now, I do want to note a distinction between this bill draft, and this could very well come up in testimony. It came up in testimony with the county clerks in the 25 session. A distinction between how 245 was drafted as it went through the House and Senate File 190's, the way that bill went through the Senate. While Senate File 190 was introduced as a carbon copy of House Bill 245 during the 2025 legislative session, it struck an entirely different course as it made its way through the Senate. Senate File 190, in contrast to this bill, actually leaves it up to the voter to decide whether they want their vote cast using paperless equipment. In 26 LSO 49 on page 2, line 19, that's the bill we're that's 190, which we can discuss later, specifies the county shall not be prohibited from, quote, providing electronic ballot marking devices for use by electors who choose to use them, unquote. There are a couple of problems with this. For one, this could cause confusion for voters and election administrators about what is going to be used when they walk in. Are there going to be two lines? I think there's challenges with administration. Second, I think there could be some unintended consequences, including that many counties may not have sufficient equipment to satisfy this provision. I especially worry about the other 22 counties if SF 190 were to become law, because they currently only have express votes to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. They do not have it as the default method. And, you know, we just had a case where Laramie County had a request for more machines, and that can, you know, I worry about in terms of the equipment that is in those counties. Even more so, it defeats the purpose, which is to create as a default method that pen and paper ballots should be used. And I think the standard that a voter can opt out of election integrity, that is not the standard, the direction that I think we want to go, and it's not in compliance with the executive order. So I would express caution and resistance to the committee on that possible proposed amendment to House Bill 245, currently before you as 26 LSO 49.
Secretary Gray, I have a question.
Yes.
So in essence, what Senate File 190 did was took what is, I would describe as an anomaly throughout the state, with one county doing this and spreading it through the other 22 counties, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. I mean, in aggregate, I think it would actually lead to an expansion of the use of barcodes, because it would say anywhere that allowance has to be provided, whereas currently in 22 of 23 counties, which is 84% of the ballots cast statewide, the only time the express vote is used is for individuals with disabilities, and then early vote in some situations.
And in that particular county, paper ballots are used, it's still an option, right? You can use paper ballot or the barcode machine.
Mr. Chairman, as drafted in your bill, it would be the default method in all 23 counties, so.
Correct, but currently,
Currently,
they use both, right, in that particular county?
the way at my polling place, I wasn't asked. And so my understanding on it is that if you vote on the day of the election, you have to use the touchscreen. It's a very unsatisfying way to vote because it prints out a thing and you can't read the barcode.
It's like going to the grocery store.
You can't read the barcode. It's, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
But in Laramie County, they use pen to paper for absentee. Absentee, they use the pen to paper, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I live in that county, and you can get a paper and pen ballot, but you have to ask for it. And it kind of isn't super easy, but you can get it because I used to get it from my mother when she was alive.
At the polling place?
Yeah. You have to ask, though.
Good to know.
Okay, thank you. And we'll probably get to that answer when we get to the clerk, so.
So I stand in full support of this bill to require pen to paper ballots as the default method of voting. I ask the committee that we continue to stay tuned to this EAC process in terms of the other issue, but I'm in full support of pen to paper ballots, moving off barcodes, and full support of this bill.
And questions, so the reason I asked that question, if they use pen and paper now, is it wouldn't be too difficult to go to that system, because I understand that software, those machines won't be available till what date?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question in terms of implementation. The way I would envision implementation of this bill is for the 26 election. I think that Laramie County would probably need to use the full pen to paper like the other 22 counties use. Now, they have the tabulator machine that can be used for that purpose. So I don't think there would need to be any new purchase of machines, because the tabulator is universal. It's for the express vote and the pen to paper, and they have that anyway for the absentee tabulation. Beyond 26, there are other options out there. I did see a demonstration with that the vendor that we're currently using has been working on and has been communicating with the EAC on, where you can continue to have the touchscreen, but it prints out a ballot that it prints out the ovals. It doesn't use barcodes. It literally fills in ovals based on how you select on the touchscreens. Now, in statute and in rule, we require a certain period of time where any new machines have to be used in a certain number of elections. I think it is not prudent to waive that for the 26 election. And so I think we want to see these used a little bit, and then in 28, 30, this could be revisited. But, I also think that the pen to paper option, the notion that individuals have gotten so used to a touchscreen that, I just really reject. I think people have really enjoy the pen to paper option and really appreciate that. And I think having that in 26 in Laramie County, I think people will get used to it, and as they already are voting absentee. And I think it will be widely accepted.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question.
Yes,
follow up on
Representative
that.
Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, so you're saying that people would enjoy pen to paper, that's one of the reasons that we should switch to that. I don't understand why we would focus on making people enjoy it rather than just making it so that they can vote. So what's the focus, I guess? Is the focus on making it so people can vote, or because we want a specific type of ballot in front of voters?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Secretary
thanks for
Green?
that. Thanks for that question. One of the challenges of going first in testimony is I sort of have to respond to the things we've heard on this. And in the past, one of the arguments from Laramie County has been that they've been on the touchscreens for decades. People have gotten used to it. They enjoy it. And so that's one of the responses that is often made to this bill with respect to Laramie County. So it's kind of pushing back and presaging what might be heard in the future on this. And per Representative Chairman Knapp's question on the implementation, because as we talk about implementation, one of the responses on going to a pure pen to paper ballot method in Laramie County is 26 is, well, people aren't used to that. And I really push back on that. I think that one, they're used to it in an absentee setting, and two, 22 of 23 counties do it. Three, from what I hear, people do not enjoy the barcodes. It was the least satisfying experience that I've encountered voting, because you don't know what the barcodes mean. you can't read barcode.
Follow up? So I'll follow up to that because I'm sure the executive order from the administration was a matter of security, not convenience as well.
Well, and I think that gets to Mr. Chairman, the amendment, why I think the amendment on SF 190 that was rejected on the House side on House Bill 245, why it should be rejected in this setting as well, is that this is really about security. It's not about, people can't opt out because maybe there's a small percentage that decide they want to use this. Opting out of a secure method is not the way to go. And that's not exactly like you said. I mean, the executive order is focused on election integrity and that priority.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move for comment on 0041 ballot drop boxes. So I'm going to tackle the first three
Oh, okay.
for both your comments, clerks, and public comment.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I think those are the three easiest bills that.
Okay,
we've
so
got in front of
everybody's
us.
going to go in batches?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll just do the first three.
Okay, so next one's ballot drop boxes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, as you know, I'm very passionate about 26 LSO 41, which again is the same in substance as, Mr. Chairman, your House Bill 131 is introduced from the 2025 legislative session, which passed the Wyoming House of Representatives. Per Senator Lannon's question, this was referred to the Senate Corporations Committee, heavily amended by the Senate Corporations Committee, and was not brought forward by the Senate Majority Floor Leader on the floor of the Wyoming State Senate. Well, I think you know where I stand on this issue. I've been very clear on my interpretation of Wyoming law that these are not allowed, and have communicated that to the clerks. I think the best thing for us to do at this point is to take a clear stand in the session and ban the use of drop boxes. As Wyoming Secretary of State, I remain convinced that the use of unstaffed and unattended ballot drop boxes is not secure or the best means for our state. Just to give a couple of vignettes that I observed in states which still allow unstaffed ballot drop boxes, which during the 2024 election in Montana, a significant incident highlighted the vulnerability of ballot drop boxes when an individual employed by the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, who was since terminated from his position, was caught on video tampering with the drop box and appearing to tear it off the wall in Glacier County, Montana. In Oregon and Washington, the FBI investigated fires set to ballot drop boxes during election periods, which destroyed and damaged submitted ballots. These deliberate acts of sabotage underscore a critical vulnerability of unattended drop boxes, their physical security. And it's more than that as well. It breaks the chain of custody, and unlike other mediums such as USPS, a ballot drop box location is a conspicuous target of any would-be arsonist to specifically target and disrupt elections. Together, these incidents illustrate the inherent risk posed by relying on drop boxes, which could undermine public trust in elections and compromise the secure handling of ballots. Banning ballot drop boxes would eliminate these vulnerabilities, ensuring that ballots are returned through more secure and regulated channels, such as direct submission at election offices or via the U.S. Postal Service. I want to distinguish and presage a little bit possibly some of the testimony around the mail. I want to distinguish unattended ballot drop boxes with other authorized means of submitting a ballot under 22-9-113. The use of a postal system, while not ideal, has an entire enforcement arm, the United States Postal Inspection Service, which is dedicated to investigating irregularities in delivery. It also has decades of tradition that this is a method of submitting ballots, and that is in constant statute. By comparison, unattended and unstaffed ballot drop boxes are especially vulnerable in terms of physical safety, and I will say serve especially vulnerable for attacks of terrorism on people exercising their right to vote. And again, unlike the postal system, a ballot drop box is a walking advertisement that says, in here, you will only find ballots. I think that is something that is cause for concern for any would-be disruptor of our elections to sort of have that walking advertisement. Further, people don't want them. I do believe the people in Wyoming do not want ballot drop boxes in our state. I've received countless phone calls, emails, and walk-ins regarding Wyomingites' concerns with ballot drop boxes, and this was a key point of contention between the candidates in the 2022 primary. I think we owe a duty to bring this through and to ban ballot drop boxes. I testified extensively during, and transitioning here a little bit to potential amendments, I testified extensively during the 2025 legislative session, and I was clear that some of the directions of these amendments considered by the Senate Corporations Committee after crossover missed the original intent. I remain hesitant in standing in support of any amendments that would in any way codify ballot drop boxes. Understanding that some counties have boxes within the confines of their clerk's offices that are open during business hours, I think a carefully crafted amendment could be adopted in terms of that situation, in terms of secure receptacles when the office is open and that can be seen by the clerk during business hours. I think we can craft an amendment around that. But the amendment that went through the Senate Corporations Committee, which opened up exterior quote-unquote bankers boxes, I don't think that would assuage concerns of the public regarding security, and I would resist those sorts of amendments. I'm in support of this bill banning ballot drop boxes, 26 LSO 0041.
Mr. Secretary, do you know, is it a felony to tamper with a post office box?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the other question I had is, do you see this again? Because I look at uniformity and chain of custody on this one. Do you know how many counties use drop boxes currently?
It's endlessly, and the question is what your definition is. I mean, in terms of the pure definition, we were at about 7 this last time. Now, I will note, and I think our letter to them was very important in this. Park County removed theirs and Sheridan County removed theirs. Now, Park County has said, I guess they're claiming it was a parking lot issue or something. There was like construction, something going on. But I think that the public outcry, I believe, really did play a role in Park County and Sheridan County removing theirs, but they've indicated that they may bring it back in the future. So we have made some progress, at least in the 24 cycle.
So as a matter of consistency, it's still somewhat of an anomaly
It's still a minority of counties.
and not included in state statute. There's no reference to drop boxes in state statute.
There is no reference to drop boxes in, thank you, Mr. Chairman, there's no reference to drop boxes in the election code, and that has guided my clear direction to the clerks via rescinding any directives that Secretary Buchanan made during COVID that authorized them, and in a letter I wrote, accompanied by the rescissions of those directives, that there is no statutory allowance for drop boxes, and I continue to stand by that.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Rubino. Appreciate you guys being here. My question, Mr. Chairman, is prior to COVID, how many counties used drop boxes?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'll let the clerks maybe give their point of view on it. This is an issue that has been of dispute with the county clerks on this. I think it was very close to 0. Laramie County may have been a sort of exception, but I think it was more limited in its use if it was there at all. But that is an issue that has been a point of contention with the clerks.
Follow up.
So, Mr. Chairman, then is it fair to say that the use of drop boxes grew after Secretary Buchanan's, whatever it was, proposal or recommendation during COVID?
Secretary Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely. It was sort of this tortured interpretation of the code during COVID that, in my opinion, was trying to get to a certain conclusion that led to their growth. There were a series of directives, one that actually required them that then was rescinded and replaced a few weeks later. But there was a series of directives by Secretary Buchanan that led to their more widespread use. And again, in terms of their original use, if there was any, I am not including any use in county courthouses. And I think that is one of the points of where we disagree is I think a lot of times when they say, well, pre-COVID, they were used in courthouses. Well, I'm saying that's not a ballot drop box. And that's why I'm saying that there can be some room when it's in the courthouse during business hours, can be seen by the clerk, those 3 boxes. That is really not a ballot drop box. And so that has been of use, I think, for some time. But in terms of an outdoor unattended ballot drop box, I think it was 0 or very, very close to 0. And it gets into this issue of what Laramie County was exactly doing, in certain cycles pre-COVID.
Follow up?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your position on the Senate amendment with the, what we came up with which was necessary to move the bill forward, out of committee at least, with the idea of the banker's box where you can have some ability to drop the ballot and it's alleviates a lot of your stated concerns about it, being a security concern. You can just set fire to it. Now you have to, I guess, set fire to the entire courthouse, which you could do currently, right, if you wanted to destroy all the absentee ballots. So if you just give an explanation as to why you're not convinced by that idea, I understand you say you're opposed to it. I didn't hear an explanation as to why that is. I think that'd be helpful.
Senator Gray?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in terms of implementation, I mean, it would expand the use of that outdoor ballot drop box. Now, I understand the intent of the amendment was to have it attached to the courthouse, but I think that's a little bit of a distinction without a difference in terms of as opposed to a ballot drop box. I think the funding measures in there will actually lead to an expansion of the usage of ballot drop boxes. Certainly, and look, you were very transparent, Senator Boner, in where the committee was going with it, and I understand that it was part of moving the bill forward, and so I just believe where we're at right now in 2025, before this committee, I think that we should stay strong and craft a more narrowly tailored amendment that gets to indoor situations where there is a receptacle during business hours that can be seen by the clerk. And I think that's closer to where I want to go. But appreciate the question.
Follow up?
Yeah, I appreciate that because it seems like there's been some confusion. The amendment states that the receptacle has to be in the courthouse. So it can't be just outside the courthouse. It can't be like a separate box that's on courthouse property. It has to be literally like a hole in the wall, if you will, that you put in. Think about, maybe an after hours drop off at the local library also would be a good example where you put it in there, there's no way to reach in and grab anything out. But it's a way that you can access the courthouse from the outside without having a separate structure that is easily destroyed or tampered with. That's an idea, and I get your point about the reimbursement for the counties. I don't think that's a huge deal one way or the other. I think that would be something we could work with you on. But just to be clear, that was the concept. It wasn't a drop box on courthouse property. It was actually physically a part of the courthouse or other government building itself, which is important to some counties, I think, on the west side of the state. So just a little bit more discussion, I think. I'm sure we could find some sort of solution, but just to be clear, that was a proposal in the Senate, so.
Secretary Gray, you have a comment?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll continue to work on those, on that issue, and I think that, the question is the language going to be, how is that going to be carried out? I always have questions on implementation on these things. I mean, look where we got, where it's not in statute, and, and we're here where you have a minority of counties saying that it's local control, which really doesn't, in my opinion, make a ton of sense in terms of the uniformity in the election code. So I'm just a little concerned on where it could go. I understand where you think the language has got some sideboards on it, and understand your points.
Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, just to follow up on my good friend from Converse County, we have a working state. We have a lot of people working in my district. I hear them fire up their pickups at 5 o'clock in the morning. They get home at 7 o'clock at night. We have a lot of ranchers and farmers, and I've got quite a few ranchers in my district. My concern all along with this bill was the fact that it was eliminating the ability of a working man or woman to come into town at 7 o'clock at night and drop their ballot off. So the compromise that we talked about, the good senator from downriver and I, was to try to come up with some way that you could come in after hours. There are situations where the courthouse might be open, but the clerk's office is not. That doesn't make any sense to me, that we wouldn't allow our voters the opportunity to vote. So I guess that's as much of a statement to help the committee understand where the Senate tried to go with this as it is to seek your comment on, what do we do with our working folks? We're making this tougher and tougher and tougher. In some cases, we've had to eliminate locations out in rural parts of the state for voting. The only option they have left is to carry those to town, right? So I guess I'd like your thoughts on that. What do we do for the working people?
And I'll just tag that question too with, because we don't want to eliminate options for people. And would you see post office boxes, which you testified were more secure, are everywhere? Just your answer.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, first to preface my comments, providing good policy for the working people of this country is a huge priority of the Trump administration, and a priority of myself. I mean, I think that is a huge part of the policy making that has been lacking in this country for decades, and that we've reversed with this Make America Great Again conservative agenda in the last decade. I would really push back that there is support amongst, I think working people, they support having election integrity to the nines. And there is a process if somebody is not able to come into town. That is an absentee ballot, which we have 28 days for under Wyoming law. That is the process that has been laid out. And so you can use that process for those situations. And I would resist that any notion starting a sentence over, working people support election integrity. I mean, I actually just did a poll, and without getting into the numbers, I mean, working people support these measures. There's no question about that. And so I'd really push back on the notion that there's a lack of support for these measures out there. I have not been for the polling center consolidation that we continue to see. Goshen County's got a proposal on the table on Monday for continued consolidation. I'd love to remove that statute that allows for this consolidation that we've been seeing over the past decade. But I think working people support election integrity. There's a process in place if nobody is able to get into town, that allowance in Wyoming state law for 28 days of absentee voting.
Follow up. So just to further, I guess, solidify it in my mind, in Campbell County, you've got the courthouse, of course, but Rosette is a small town, has a post office. Recluse has a post office. So in my mind, those are selected drop boxes for people to vote in. And if they had to drive to town to put it in a courthouse drop boxes, they're driving into town rather than putting it in a receptacle that's closer to them, more convenient to them. Is that not correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think you bring up a great point, which is that, as I was saying, it's another way of wording it and putting a little more meat on the bone. The absentee process, you have postal boxes all over our state in rural areas, and that's a means of if you're not able to get into town over a 4-week period, that's a means of casting your ballot.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, so, I mean, I think my question to you is that, so you're advocating for us to send our ballots to Denver or Salt Lake City and then get them back at some unknown period. And so I'm curious on why you think that is more election integrity if we actually do not know when our ballots are going to get to the county clerk. So when I put that voter ballot into the post office collection box, we all know it doesn't stay in Wyoming anymore. It goes out of the state and then it comes back. And so how do I know that my ballot is more secure in the postal collection box than a box that's in the county courthouse in my county and will never leave the county, and that I know it will be immediately there? And then second, I think it was just 2 years ago, we were talking about why would we ever federalize our election? So I do want to take issue with the, this is the federal administration's position, so this is my position too. And I'm curious on whether you think that our elections should be decided by Wyoming or should they be decided by DC?
Secretary Gray.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've been clear in my opposition to the Biden-Obama-Harris attempt for a decade to remove rural post office service to the great state of Wyoming. And that, I think that question cues up a discussion.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make sure we keep these federal personalities out of it when talking about that? Because
Chairman, point of order. We don't need to drag in all the world's politics into this discussion. I think there are good points to be made on each side, but I don't think we're doing things, I hope none of us are doing things because it's a policy of somebody somewhere else, of either party. We're all here to work for Wyoming. I appreciate the good comments of my good colleague, appreciate the comments of the Secretary of State, but I hope we could ratchet it down. I mean, this is not about those politics. This is about how the ballots are most secure, and there's two different opinions.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Yin, I think you're exactly right. This was one of my reasons for actions that I took earlier, and we can leave politics out of this. That's a standard that we have on the floor in the Senate, and it's a standard we'd like to have in committees. So in general, if you can answer those questions without
Well, thank you, Mr.
bringing
Chairman.
in politics.
I will note the committee rules for some time have allowed use of individual names, but that's fine. We don't need to, we can go in a roundabout fashion to where we need to go. For the last decade, there has been an attempt by a certain political ideology to remove rural postal service. And I have long opposed that attempt by a certain political ideology to remove rural postal service. We, over and over again, engaged in public comment opposing any removal of rural postal service in the state of Wyoming. I went to meetings sent what, 3 letters, 4 letters, public comment, engaged in a vigorous process, and we got a concession from the USPS that any removal of service from the state of Wyoming would not include election mail. And I want to be clear, that's not good enough for me. I want any removal of service to go away. I want us to have service in Wyoming. And I think these plans to remove service should be withdrawn, hook, line, and sinker. But USPS has been very clear that this will not apply to election mail, period. So I reject the premise of your question because it will not apply to election mail under what we've been told by the USPS, if they're moving forward with it at all, which I would say they should not move forward with it at all. Thank you.
Representative Yoon, you had 2 questions there. Did that answer both of them, or would you like to restate the other? Okay, thank you.
On the second one, I mean, there's an obvious role to play, Mr. Chairman, on election integrity across the board. I mean, and we continue to maintain a really strong communication with the federal government, with the Department of Justice and their great work in DHS. I was actually just at the White House to talk with USCIS about the SAVE database, which we worked with you in bringing through the legislature, having us join the SAVE database, and the optimizations that this incredible current administration has made in allowing batch requests on SAVE searches, on removing the fee on SAVE searches, and allowing searches on the last 4 of Social Security numbers. This is huge what the administration has done in terms of voter roll maintenance, voter list hygiene, and so you have to have that communication. You have to.
Thank you, Secretary Gray. Any other questions? Let's move on to ballot harvesting, which actually kind of ties in with the Dropbox question, so.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I'm in full support of 26 LSO 00401. I think I said that. Well, now I stand in full support of 26 LSO 0042, ballot harvesting prohibition. 26 LSO 0042 is essentially the same as the engrossed version of Representative Johnson's bill from the 2025 legislative session banning ballot drop boxes. Banning ballot harvesting. As a little bit of background, this bill received a lot of testimony when it was initially heard in committee, and after a lengthy discussion with many stakeholders, including the county clerks, as well as various constituency groups who had the opportunity to weigh in. I think the bill was well vetted to ensure an end to risks that ballot harvesting poses, while giving careful consideration to residential care facilities. Ensuring that an affidavit outlining the requirements also ensures accountability and oversight in this regard. Now, again, what we're trying to effectuate with this bill is closing a clear loophole in Wyoming state law, in that ballot harvesting is not expressly prohibited, not expressly banned. It's unfortunately allowed under Wyoming state law. States have closed this loophole since 2020, 2021. We've tried, haven't quite gotten it to the finish line. So what we're trying to effectuate here is a ban on ballot harvesting. I will note that our office has reviewed the staff comment beginning on the bottom of page 3 of this bill draft and would urge that the existing language on page 3, line 12 and 14 stand. While we appreciate this bill draft and the discussion it received, I do know that there was some feedback we received from the public after the 2025 legislative session when I talked about this effort, that there should be some sort of limiting principle or cap on allowing an employee of a residential care facility to deliver an absentee ballot on behalf of a registered voter. Now, the language on a residential care facility, that was not in the initial language of this bill, as Representative Johnson will remember. It was added in the Joint Appropriations Committee sort of the county clerks and I, we worked on an amendment that wouldn't get at the heart of the bill, but would sort of handle that situation. But I do believe with that language in place, which it is because this is the engrossed version, that we look at having some sort of cap on how many ballots an individual to residential care facility can bring in. We would suggest that the cap be no more than 5 ballots. This could be effectuated by amending subsection C on page 2, beginning on line 19, specifying that an employee of a residential care facility, ... and then say at the end, no more than however many the committee chooses, fill in the blank, qualified electors. So you put some sort of cap on individuals at residential care facilities bringing in ballots. This would ensure appropriate sideboards to this policy exception to ballot harvesting, and it is an exception. I think that's why Representative Johnson at the start, wasn't included in the initial bill, but as we were thinking about implementation, it was added. But maintaining the affidavit structure subject to verification by election officials at the county and state level is very important in maintaining that as well, and thinking about the residential care facility language in subsection C. So I stand in full support of this bill.
I had one, because that did strike me as a concern. I know just lately in the news, there was a healthcare worker that was actually charged with collecting ballots, and I don't know if they were forging that or not, but they were scooping up ballots at a senior facility. I think it's important for seniors, especially those that are in care facilities, to be able to get their ballot counted, whether it's through mail or somebody collecting that for them as a caregiver family member. Can you speak to the affidavit portion that might help in that security?
Well, Mr. Chairman, a little bit of background on that language, is originally drafted, and we worked with Representative Johnson on this. I think it's very important to stop this practice. So we had a bill that really did not have any allowances. That being said, when it went to House Appropriations, it did not go to House Corporations. It became pretty clear that there was not support for the bill without some sort of accommodation for this situation. At that point, I asked the committee chairman to provide an opportunity for us to talk to the county clerks about some sort of provision where we could get some balance here and it wouldn't be out of control. And that's where we got to C, which, has the allowance when the situation when that could occur, but then it also requires that the employee shall concurrently file an affidavit with the county clerk on a form prescribed by the Secretary of State, testing under penalty of perjury that among other requirements specified by the Secretary of State, the employee is authorized to deliver the ballot on behalf of the qualified elector under this subsection. And then it also provides a procedure for those affidavits to also be examined by our office. We looked at other states on this. Mr. Rubino, you were involved in those conversations over a 10-hour period on that wonderful January day. Do you want to talk any more about some of the language from other states?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Rubino.
He's got a graph, so he has all the states, how they handle it.
The Policy Director and General Counsel for the Secretary of State. States vary. I think that an increasing number of states recognize the important balance that you need to address residential care facilities. I will note that the language for residential care facilities was actually taken for our existing rulemaking on voter identification, and that's been well vetted to broadly account, but there's this idea that states are grappling with that there needs to be some limiting principle. The key distinction between elections and voting cases is that you could have a runaway system where votes could be counted, an election could be certified, with one bad actor if there was a rampant runaway, no limiting principle on the number of ballots that could be taken by a third party, i.e. a residential care facility employee. And so states are growing in number of adding some sort of limit to that, whether that ranges from 0. Some states do not allow for any ballot harvesting by residential care facility employees, only immediate family, or in some cases it's just the elector themselves, to 5 to 10. And so the National Conference of State Legislatures has done sort of a 50-state survey on that. Of course, Wyoming glaringly just does not have any provisions addressing ballot harvesting at all. I think that, some of the comparable states that we could look to in Montana Codes annotated 1335-703, an individual authorized to return a voter's ballot may not collect and return more than 6 ballots, and that's limited to a caregiver, family member, household member. And so, those are some of the policy questions that are discussed, is that when you open that door to any third party that's not immediate family, how far does that extend?
All right, thank you.
And thanks, Mr. Chairman. And putting a little bit of a bow on this, we really do need to close this loophole. I don't want to get a ton of exceptions. It was very clear, though, it wasn't going to go through even House appropriations without the language in C. We really do need to clear this loophole. And I will note that, the addition of these 3 bills, these would get us to 9 of 10 of the priorities from our election integrity agenda from 2024. We got 6 through in the 25 session. All of them went through the House, had challenges in the Senate on some of them, but this would get us to 9 of 10. And then the 10 of 10 is going to come up later on the ID stuff. To respond to Senator Lannon's question on the legislative history on this one, which I didn't get to, it was that blanket question at the start. This one went through the House. It then was referred to Senate corporations, and it did go out of Senate corporations and was not heard on the floor. The majority floor leader did not bring it up on the floor of the Wyoming State Senate.
All right, other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We will now hear from the clerks. And with the clerks, typically we have the association, and then we have multiple clerks that testify too. If we can, because of our agenda, if we can somewhat limit same testimony, I guess, obviously we want to hear from all of you and the different aspects that you have in your communities. So, but with that caveat, let's start with the association and then we'll hear from the clerks.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
And this is on all 3?
Yes.
Okay.
So we did think about this ahead of time. So we each are taking pieces of this, but we're here to supplement if we need to while we're here. So this should be probably it.
Thank you.
Okay. Julie Freese, Fremont County Clerk, speaking for the association. My bill gets to be the first bill that I'm supposed to talk about. That's pen and paper. So a couple things. I know we keep talking about that Laramie County is the only county that this really affects. So I do have vote centers, and I've.
Hold that microphone.
Oh,
Sure.
yes.
Is that better? Sorry. So in Fremont County, I've had vote centers for a bit of a time now as well. And so I don't send my ballots out to every single vote center. I kind of determine, okay, the Du Bois area is probably going to have Du Bois and Crowheart, but I have the express vote for the guy who called me and said, hey, I have to deliver horses to Jackson. I'm not going to make it back. He stopped in Du Bois. He voted on the express vote because although it is there for the disabled, it can be for anyone. And I know for me, if I broke my right arm, I would not be able to do a pen to paper. I would have to try with my left hand even on a screen. So we allow anybody to use those. They've gotten very used to that. So the change for me, I would have to build more ballots or print more ballots to at least have there. I've not had, in the years that I've been there, I have not had anybody ask me where their ballot would be. I mean, like a paper ballot. And I would have talked to them and offered, one of the other vote centers that maybe had that. But I have not yet had that happen to me. And in fact, more and more of them are asking if they can use the express vote. Just kind of want to bring up one quick thing. So remember in May, we did an election and several of you chose to do the express vote. So I just want to remind you, that's the machine we're talking about. This is the one there. I did give you results from that, but I also hand counted them. And so the only thing I wish I had done is done it in the room for you there. But while I was waiting for my class, remember I was doing fifth graders, while I was waiting for a class to come in, we hand counted them. And so those express votes that do have barcodes, but also had names on them, they were exactly as the machine did. If I can approach and give that to you.
I've been worried about this.
I will mention, however, one of those votes would not have counted, so we would have been off, because Kat was a candidate and somebody wrote in Kat, and the instructions do not allow you to do that. So anyway, with that, I just wanted to mention too a couple things. So first of all, Laramie County is not the only one. Any of us who have vote centers, we do use the express vote. That's the method. I was at a meeting this week, did also meet with 2 of the EAC commissioners, and do know that they are not planning on decertifying any equipment for this next year. So I just I asked that question as well, and I'm bringing that back to you. For Laramie County, I do want to say, so that most of these bills that you'll have today, and maybe first thing I should say, your easiest bill today to pass probably is, I don't think I wrote it, over here. Pardon me? Is the voter registration bill.
We should have started with that one.
LSO 0050. We're telling you that in case you lose track of time. We've been working with the Secretary of State and definitely want that to be updated. So anyway, so what she would have problems with is, first of all, most of these bills are a July 1st implementation in 2026. We are way into elections by the time that happens. So if you really want some of these and you think that you can get it done, I would suggest an effective date, because even by the time it gets to the governor, we're talking the end of March. Very hard for us to change what we do, very hard for us to let the public know what the changes are. So if anything else, and an off year is obviously the year that you want to implement election changes. So for Laramie County, however, they could not do it in 100 days. They could not get turned over to a different machine. They do have a scanner or 2 probably, but they have, there's a lot of people that are voting in Laramie County. I'm sure that she would have to buy a lot of DS200s. These are not plug and play. So she would have to add a lot more USB sticks. She would have to do a lot more things that she would have to do in each location to make sure she had adequate machines for those. So for an example, in Fremont County, my Lander and Riverton polling places, I have 4 and 5 machines, and I don't have the volume that Natrona and Laramie have. So you need to have more machines, or that's where you also have lines of people. You have lines coming in, and you have waiting, and then lines waiting at the machine. She would also need to modify.
So just for clarification, you're talking about if there were pen and paper, that scanning.
The scanning she would need
machine.
a lot more machines.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no way she would be able to get people through. You also need more things like polling place stuff that you need there, and accesses, things that go with that. Insufficient time for voter education in a place that's been used to, doing it the way it is currently. And it sounds like you can get a ballot there if you ask for them. So just wanted to say that for her. Also, I probably jumping out on a limb a little bit here, but the County Clerks Association we talk about this, and first of all, we want election integrity as well. I hope you all know that. It sounds like maybe we don't. Of course we do. That's what we do. And so we've been looking at the testing, and are we adequately testing? We do internally adequately test all of our express votes. They all have to be tested for every single ballot style. And then we have been using like one of those for each vote, or maybe each ballot style. We'll replace one so that you don't have so many ballots. Maybe we're going to have to do the entire thing to make people comfortable that what's coming out, like I showed you in hand count, is actually coming out to what it says the words say on there. So it's also confusing for us to ask people, so if we go to a strict ADA requirement, I looked up the ADA definition this morning here, and it's so broad. I know people who would not tell you that they can't read very well. I don't know that that's an ADA concern necessarily, but I'm not going to ask them, or I'm not going to have a sign that says you can only vote on this machine if you have an ADA concern. And here's the definition of that. Those people want to be on with the earphones. Maybe I don't see well, maybe the ballots are a little bit small. I mean, some of the ones we're looking at are small sometimes. I can enlarge my screen. Maybe I have a problem with, but it's not necessarily an ADA like you think it is. I mean, we think of wheelchairs, blindness, things like that you want to come to the table for, but that is not all of them. I will be sued if I ask for HIPAA-related stuff. My election judges probably will, some of them will not do that, and then I'll have to not have them in that capacity. So I do worry about that as well. So with that, I will leave it at that. We do have some adjustments to this bill. If you really feel like you would like to move forward, we have some adjustments that we would like to make it available to the people who want them, not just for the ADA compliance. I think that's the general feeling on that one, and if anybody wants to catch something that I forgot, so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
I've got the Charlie Scott problem right now. Okay, got it, there go. So all the ballots that have ever been run on those machines that print that barcode, they're kept for some period of time, right?
24 months.
24 months.
The federal is 22, state is 24, retention schedule.
Mr. Chairman, kind of a couple different, just
Yes.
going here. So I think the fear of a barcode is that when that barcode's read by a machine, it's not what the person actually put in, right? I mean, it's a fear that you voted for John Brown and, but the machine and the barcode mysteriously, or maybe due to collusion or espionage or Russian intervention, said it was for George Smith. Okay. But all those paper ballots that were filled out for John Brown, they're there for 2 years before they're destroyed. So have you guys ever gone back and looked at them in a different way or tabulated those in a different way, not using the barcode to show that it matches up? And has there ever been an instance where they didn't match up?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and Senator Case, so the only way to count those is through the scanner or to hand count them. Again, we test them at the beginning, so I know they work. Have I gone back and tested them at the end of the day? I mean, you can put it, I showed you that at the last meeting, you can put it back in and it'll show you on the screen. The problem is what I'm hearing is that people don't trust that. The ones who do trust it say, yes, I want to go vote on it. The ones who don't trust that are saying, oh, I want a paper ballot. So, I mean, I think they're making that distinction. I think the only way is, like we talked about, and I mentioned earlier, is that I had 1,800 ballots to test, which included one of each one of those ballot styles. We're talking, I might have to do 3,600, or maybe a little bit less because I can't overvote. 3,600 ballot testing so that when it goes through and does its thing, and then you'll show out, this is the expected outcome. And so when you get the tape on that or the report on that, it's going to match that. See what I'm saying? And like I said, I did hand count these, and we were talking a little bit internally too about how can we do some kind of a hand count by ourselves voluntarily to say, okay, I put that in there and I brought this out. Everybody who's here testing here, let's hand count a small sampling of that. How do you feel about that? You know that it does work. So I don't, this is me talking. mean, we haven't said anything as a group, but we've been talking about it a lot. Just came from a conference where that was a big topic of mine that we wanted to discuss, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I mean, so that's the issue here, right? People think that the barcode is doing something else, or is being manipulated, or, and maybe it is, but it's never been shown to be. And we could do a hand count, the subset, and check it against the barcodes, right? I mean, has there ever been an instance where these machines were shown to be wrong, ever, anywhere, ever?
Ms. Freeze?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, I have not had that happen to me.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm Malcolm Irvin, I'm the Platte County Clerk. There's a fairly well known case in Pennsylvania where it was a judicial retention question, and the choice printed on the ballot was inconsistent with the choice the voter made at the poll. And then when it was tabulated, it was consistent with what the voter had marked on the touchscreen. And the lesson learned in that case was, and it's somewhat in the weeds, and I won't delay much longer by telling you more, but there's a short name, long name, what's printed, what's tabulated. That's the importance of testing. Chapter 11 in the election code is silent on testing express votes. It just says every ballot style. That's it. Doesn't really say anything beyond that. And we'll talk about that later as we talk about the election test bill. But Mr. Chairman, in Wyoming, there's been no indication of that on express votes, the name printed is inconsistent with the name that the voter selected. The reason we keep those ballots for 2 years, as Clerk Freeze said, is because if somebody were to make an election complaint or file a case in the district court and the court ordered you shall tabulate, they're available for that purpose. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have not had that happen. And to my knowledge, there's been no case in Wyoming where the name was inconsistent. There was one fairly publicized case in Pennsylvania, which I hate that this is on YouTube, but you always feel for somebody when it happens to them, but there's a learning moment in that. And so for us, it was a great learning moment that this happened in Pennsylvania. And we were able to work on some testing procedures that we think further strengthened that requirement. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I would like to cover a line of questioning and answer from earlier, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Just before,
Senator.
but we still have those ballots, Mr. Chairman, from the last election.
From 24, correct.
And you could do some tests on those ballots.
Prior to, Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, so we test them before the election. If there's a recount, they're going to go through that. Otherwise, once the canvas board has been gone through all the books and said everything looks good, we seal them and we don't touch them again until we destroy them, unless there's a reason to go through court. As I mentioned, otherwise we don't touch them again.
So, Mr. Chairman, you couldn't take 100 ballots off the top of the stack, run them through the machine and see what the barcode said, and then hand count those 100 ballots, because you don't want to unseal them. And I get that, because there's an integrity factor there too.
Mr.
But they're
Chairman,
there.
Mr. Irwin?
Yes. Outside of a judicial challenge at this point, or order, excuse me, I do not believe there's a statutory ability for us to do that. But I will note that those ballots did go through the post-election audit, both of them, and there's been no indication that the theory that you're presenting and the concern has happened in Wyoming.
In those instances that you spoke of, how are those caught?
Mr. Chairman, that was at the polls. So the voter would select, it was a yes or no question. Should this judge be retained, yes or no? Select yes, the ballot prints out, says no. Well, that's clearly not what I said. And so the ability of it printing out allowed that voter to actually look real time. And I'll be really frank with you, that was a total debacle. And if you read the case, it was fairly poorly handled on site on election day, but really that strengthened our arguments about testing and auditing procedures being the crown jewel of election integrity.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, also in that particular, because I called our ES&S partners and said, how did that happen? What happened? It's a coding. I'm going to tell you every time, it's a human error. It's coding issues. But that's why the testing, in a different way, again, what he said, what we learned was there's testing, and then there's a testing for looking for this. And we took this training with you, the money you have given us, we had them come to us and say, train us again on testing, train us again on recounts, and that's what we used the money for. You asked us to be trained again. I mean, any one of us can always learn more at our jobs, always. And so the training that we received with the money you gave us was very beneficial in this area because we wanted to know what was missed and how can we make sure it doesn't happen to us.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm remiss in the fact that I did not mention that same coding error is not exclusive to the express vote. It could happen on the paper ballot as well. And I think you're all, at this point, should be very familiar of a case in the northwest corner of the state where that was the case. And again, strengthened that argument for testing and auditing procedures. So I just was remiss in mentioning that that same issue can happen on the pen to paper ballot as we're talking about here.
So from the panel, I just had a question because there has been a push where people have said everyone across the state be ready to go back to pen and paper, at least from the national aspect. Have you heard from anyone in your conferences or from ES&S or the EAC about that particular guidance?
So, Mr. Chairman, are you saying, when you say pen to paper, everybody is doing that across the nation? They're doing pen to paper, as far as I know, in some fashion. You have to have either the receipt that shows how you voted or not. So I just want to be clear on that. But if we're talking about going back to like all hand counting, no. I just met with what we call Region 2. I'm in Region 2, Wyoming is. Region 2 is what you wouldn't think of. It's kind of like the middle of the nation, and then we're on the very fringe of it. I asked that kind of question, like, what are you doing differently? I mean, besides a little bit of hand counting for different reasons, which is one thing I went there for, they're all doing the same thing. We're all doing the same thing. There's a lot of places in my region that said, I get everything in a box and then I do a central count. There were people that said, we get to mail out everybody, which is kind of odd because our region's not like that, but one state could do that. They could mail them all out and get them all back in and then count them centrally counted. A lot of them do it like we do. A lot of them do them in vote centers. So it was a wide variety across my region, which is pretty indicative across the nation when we go to our national meeting, overall national meeting. So yeah, it's pretty similar.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on the co-chair's question, is it possible that there are situations where there's a disparity in the vote cast and the vote printed in the barcode or on the printed ballot that you don't know about? Or do you know, I guess to reword that, do you know of every situation in the United States where this could have happened?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Irwin, do you want to answer?
No. Being aware of every jurisdiction in the United States and their procedures and what's happened with them, no. I know of the really publicized instance in Pennsylvania because it caught so much national traction. And in Wyoming, I am a very big believer in our post-election audit and its strength. And if that audit is done correctly, it will show if that disparity occurred. And so I have great faith in that audit. And as we've said to this committee a number of times, we think there's room to grow in that realm. And we look forward to working with you.
Follow-up?
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Chairman, so I appreciate the testing and the value you place on that because it sounds like Wyoming is in a good place. But because we don't know about it, doesn't mean it's not happening somewhere. And the question had been posed anywhere. So I was just trying to lock in on that. May I ask one different question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So it sounds like you have done testing comparing the barcode to the actual vote to what's printed on the ballot, right? I'm just testing for understanding. And does that testing include the number of votes and a comparison on the number of votes cast on that machine with what the paper would reveal? And I'm sorry if I'm wording this clumsily.
Mr. Chairman,
Freeze.
Representative Lucas, so again, kind of as I did that I saw was floating around here, what I did, there's the tape, then I took the express vote ballots as well as the other ballots, and I looked at the wording. We did find out how to decode the barcodes. We looked that up in my office, so we wanted to know how do you do that. But I looked at the wording, because that's what you expect as a voter to be counted, and that matched the tape. So thank you for letting me do that for you last time so that I could test that myself. But those matched. And so that's why I trust that. I do my own coding, and so I want you and people in my county to trust that I'm not going to flip votes, and that's why when we do testing, it doesn't matter who does it, ES&S or us or someone else, then we want to make sure that it does match in the testing, and I think that's what we make more rigorous, is the testing.
How did you find the decoding of that barcode?
I have really smart people in my office. I'm not going to say I found it. They went out and did a Google search on how you decode a barcode, and there is a way to do that.
Mr. Irwin?
Mr. Chairman, in your meeting materials from the last meeting, we did provide
Yes.
a handout that shows the breakdown of how those barcodes are deciphered.
Okay, thank you. Representative Webb?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question goes back to those with disabilities casting votes. The United States is not the only country that has people that are disabled. I'm curious to know how other countries who are predominantly pen and paper ballot casting countries, how they handle those with disabilities.
Ms. Freeze, do you know that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not fortunate to go across. Actually, Deborah Lee has done extensive work in out of country. She probably could answer that from Laramie County. So I do not know that. I do know this, that I was on the standards board when the Help America Vote Act was, right after it was passed. And we had numerous discussions with the disabled community, people who wanted to make sure that you could vote by yourself. And that was important to the United States. That's what I do know, that they want to vote by themselves. They don't want, the other option right now is, can you help me with my ballot? You read it to me, I'll tell you, and I have no idea if I'm blind if she's marking it or not. So it was very clear to us in the Help America Vote Act that United States wants our disabled community to have as much independence as they can on doing their own voting. And that's why it was passed that way, that we had to have a machine that they could do it. If you're a sip and puff, we have the ability to let them put their sip and puff in the port and do it themselves. That's how far out that goes.
Any follow-up?
But we don't have any indication really of how it works in other countries then, is what you're telling me.
Mr. Chairman, I do not.
I don't think it works very well in North Korea or China. Afghanistan.
All right, we should move on if there's no other questions.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just follow up, with your permission, on
Briefly.
a question. So there was a question asked about the language in Senate File 90 that struck the provision of for those with disabilities, because really our concern with that language is that we're then policing it. As Clerk Freeze said, do you fall in line with what ADA says? Well, you're not entitled. So the question was, will adding this language that it's the choice of the voter expand the use of express votes? And I would reject that premise and answer to that no, because those 22 of 23 counties, that's how they're doing it now, is that if a voter were to ask for it, they would be allowed to use it. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would reject that premise and say that that's how those 22 of 23 counties are currently administering the law. And I would respectfully request on behalf of Platte County, unless you want me to have a mutiny in the Chugwater Community Center, this language should read the choice of the voter, because approximately 20% of the vote cast at the Chugwater Community Center is voluntarily chosen by voters of that polling place on the express vote.
All right, moving on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you for allowing us to testify today. My name is Maureen Murphy. I have the honor of representing Teton County as their clerk, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the association. Mr. Chairman, this joint committee has heard the Clerks Association numerous times on drop boxes, so today I'm just here to speak on a few talking points. The Clerks Association, as repeatedly stated in the past, has no position on drop boxes. We believe it's a local choice for the clerks that do utilize them. Currently, I just want to give you a few statistics. 29 of the 51 jurisdictions use drop boxes, 12 prohibit them, 6 are not explicit in permission or prohibition, similar to Wyoming, and 4 have no statute and do not use them. Counties in Wyoming have been using general use boxes for county business for well over 10 years without incident. Representative Webb, I wanted to answer your question earlier. I've asked my predecessor, Sherry Daigle, who was the clerk for 22 years in Teton County, and she doesn't remember a time where they didn't use the general use drop box for elections. Our building was built in 1996. So that gives you some sort of timeline just in Teton County. In Wyoming, there has been no instance of more ballots being received in drop boxes than sent to voters. And it's a method for the voter to choose to deliver their ballot. It is an option. It's not required. We do have a couple questions on this bill. One, the secretary actually addressed this earlier, and he testified that he was in support of having an amendment that would allow an inside box, which is similar to what Natrona County testified in the last, I believe it was the House Committee, where she has one in her office for those who are early absentee voting. So instead of standing in line again, they can just drop it in the box on their way out. And then as written, this bill indicates that we would spoil a ballot if it was dropped in a drop box, be it a general drop box or the ballot drop box. So this is new. We don't usually spoil ballots once they've been returned. So we just wanted some clarification on if it really meant spoiling or rejecting, because that would change the language in the bill. And that is all I have. We're available for questions.
Okay, any questions? Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to know the location of the Teton County drop box that was used over the years. Was it inside, outside? Just exactly where was it?
So,
Clerk Murphy?
yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb. So there's one on the east side of our building alongside the driveway that is our general use box. It's used by the assessor's office, the treasurer's office, and the clerk's office. And that was the one that was used until we did get the election-specific drop box. That drop box is on our front step, located on the corner of our administration building. It's bolted into the cement. It is under camera 24 hours a day. It actually changed the way the chain of custody works because our general use drop box, the treasurer's office or the clerk's office picks the mail up. This one, just my staff and myself are the ones who have the keys to the drop box on the front stoop.
Follow up?
So both are, just to confirm, both are outside of the building?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Webb, yes. We do not, we have a big sign on the general use box now that says do not drop ballots here. So we haven't received any ballots in that box since 2020.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Speaking for Platte County, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of my neighbors to the east, but I think there's a member on this panel who probably could. Our counties have had a general use drop box outside for a number of years, and in my case, in Platte County, we stopped usage in 2022. Representative Webb's question really to the secretary was, has the use expanded since COVID, the use of exterior boxes? I think the answer to that is no. I think a number of counties actually stopped using the exterior box like myself, and some counties had multiple drop box locations throughout the county. And one provision of Secretary Buchanan's requirement was that there was a lone ballot receptacle at a courthouse on the grounds of the courthouses, exterior, but just one. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think actually COVID reduced the number of exterior boxes utilized in Wyoming. I can speak specifically in Platte, it did.
All right, other questions? Okay, moving on.
Mr. Chairman, member of the committee, welcome this morning. Glad to be able to be here. I'm Mary Langford, and I have the honor of representing the county clerks. I'm going to address you with Bill number 42, which is the ballot harvesting prohibition bill. Let me get this a little better. Thank you. This particular bill in the session, which was House Bill 238, we worked with the Secretary of State's office to work on an affidavit that could be used for a nursing home person to be able to transmit a ballot for a nursing home resident. We had quite a bit of scurry work that was done during that time. This bill did get engrossed, but it did not come out of the Senate as you were advised. We have a couple of, we still have the same concerns basically that we expressed before, and we do have a couple of possible amendments as well. First concern or comment that we'd like to make is that there is no evidence of ballot harvesting in Wyoming. This is, something that's a national type of comment, concern. We have no evidence of it having happened in Wyoming. The primary issue that we have is that qualified electors in nursing homes or in long-term facilities may not have immediate family to deliver their ballot, and that's what this draft requires, or that the qualified elector may have a trusted friend or a neighbor and not necessarily have a family that they want to deliver that ballot. We would like to recommend an amendment to that and make that, instead of being the immediate family of the qualified elector, as to amend that to read designated by the qualified elector to deliver their ballot on their behalf. Again, this gives the voter the flexibility to choose who they want to deliver their ballot. We also have concerns about the nursing home portion of this, nursing home workers. Again, those folks have a captive audience of a bunch of people in a nursing home and have the ability to access a lot of ballots, a lot of voters, and we would be concerned about how many ballots that they would be able to transmit for voters. Again, if we would change the language to being designated by the qualified elector to deliver their ballot on their behalf, it takes the immediate family. It also would take care of some of the nursing home issues. If that amendment were considered, that would come up on page 2, lines 10 and 11. Then the last thing is procedurally, we've got another proposed amendment, and this has to do with on page 3, and it is line 6. It currently says that the county clerk shall transmit all affidavits received under this subsection pertaining to that election to the Secretary of State. The county clerk has a responsibility for the election, and we would like to amend that to say that the clerk would keep the originals, but transmit copies to the Secretary of State. And with that, we're happy to stand for comment or out for questions.
Questions from the committee?
Thank you.
No? All right. Thank you very much, clerks. Oh, Senator Landon, before you guys leave your
My
seats.
apologies, just, I did have a question, and Ms. Langford, I'm interested in this nursing home piece. We've spent the last 8 years in my family around those facilities a lot, I'm sorry to say. And I'm just mulling in my mind this limit of 5. None of those facilities had only 5 people in them. And many are in the most difficult times of their lives, and they need somebody to take their ballot somewhere. So what are your thoughts with I understand that there might be concerns if you bring 59 of them, one person, but what are the thoughts generally of the clerks regarding where that limit should be on nursing homes?
Ms. Langford.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, We've not had the opportunity to really discuss that. The 5 number that came up this morning is new to us, but it surely is a spot to start. Personally, my experience dealing with the nursing homes and getting the folks that should be voting, the voters there voted, and getting those ballots back is a challenge. They don't necessarily, a lot of times what would happen is that they would have family take care of all of that for them. And however, I know that we have people in our nursing home that have no family at all around. And so we would, we don't want to lock those people out as well, but we also don't want to give a nursing home employee the opportunity to vote 59 ballots either. So I totally understand that, but that would be something we would need to discuss and agree upon, but a limitation does make sense.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's probably some middle ground here. I think the idea that it should just be family is probably not a good one. I don't know about you, but I've got elements of my family that don't get along. And there are situations where there are political disagreements. And the father doesn't want the son having the ballot because the son doesn't like the way the father votes. And it's quite a discussion sometimes. So I would hope we'd allow a designee by the person who trusts. And that's what we're after, right? Who do they trust? Let them do it.
Thank you. And was that a comment to any specific person or just?
Don't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, I totally agree, because I have a brother-in-law that I know would make sure my ballot never got back.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other stakeholders in the room that would like to speak on this? And we'll go to the public. So if you just want to fill the seats, and we're speaking on the 3 bills, pen and paper ballots, ballot drop boxes, and ballot harvesting. You can speak on any one of them, but just identify yourself and let us know which one you're speaking on at the moment, and give us your comments. We'll start.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Winnie, Sublette County. Speaking on 26 LSO 40, pen and paper ballots. And actually, I think the committee needs to stand back and look at this bill and 26 LSO 43 and 26 LSO 47, both of which I'll remark on in public comment. But those 3 bills need to be linked in your thinking as an elegant solution to the problem presented being addressed with LSO 47, election security, and 40 provides an entering argument to being able to do that. And I'll speak again at some length on those bills so that you'll get the link. But I think you need to take a look at that, subject to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll start at the top. So LSO 0040, I believe that the clerks made a good point of that we as voters should be able to vote in the manner that we choose. So if that's filling in little bubbles on a paper, or if that's touching a touch screen, that we as voters should get that choice.
And backing up, we all know and love you.
I'm sorry, Sandy Newsom.
But if you can identify
Sandy
yourself.
Newsom, Cody, Wyoming. So I think that the voter should make that choice, and the voter should have the availability of the option that they feel most comfortable with. And as we look at a younger voter base coming forward, they will be more comfortable with the touchscreen, and they will be less comfortable filling in little bubbles. So that's my comment there. As far as LSO 41, the ballot drop box, I believe the solution to this is to allow drop boxes that are embedded in the courthouse. So for 25 years, I dropped my nightly deposit into my bank drop box. And it would open, and I would put my deposit in there and close it, and when you opened it up, it was gone. into the bank, not into some other receptacle. So I believe if the appropriate drop box is embedded in the building with a secure to banking standards, whatever banking standards are for drop boxes, I believe that provides a secure way for people to return their ballots out of hours and in a secure manner that is a solution to those of us that may be in town once in a while, but maybe not when the courthouse is open, and we don't particularly, and we waited till the day before the election, so mailing our ballot is not an option because of the lack of reliable mail service. I think that's a solution that could work for this problem. And then on 42, the ballot harvesting, I believe, I agree with the clerks that you should be allowed to give your ballot to a trusted person. Once again, allowing the voter to make that decision on how their ballot is handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tom.
Good morning, committee. Tom Laycock, AARP Wyoming. We're a membership organization in the state of Wyoming for those 50 and over. Got about 80,000 members. I wanted to touch briefly on the ballot harvesting conversation specific to the nursing home residency thing. If you're looking for another solution, if you want to pull this out, we could look into what Wisconsin and Texas have done. And what they do is they send a special election judge to those facilities. Have a room set up, and if someone needs help with just the basics, undoing the ballots, being able to address that, or if they can't fill out the bubble with their own ballot, then you've got an election judge that's there. In Texas, they allow for poll watchers to attend as well from each party. So that seems like a successful option. If the person does not need any assistance, the election judge hands over the ballot, steps out of the room, comes back in. Now, there has been a couple incidents, I was able to find a couple incidents where you've got nursing home folk who have, unfortunately, workers from nursing homes who have tried to purvey fraud by handing in other people's ballots. What we found, there was one in Michigan, there was another one in Alabama. In both cases, the fraud was actually stopped because the clerks cross-checked signatures with the ballot request with the signature that they had on file already. So those are a couple things to think about. I know there's been some concern, there's been some comments about the idea of nursing home malfeasance in voting. In 2020, we had a federal candidate who suggested that we were seeing 100% 100% voter turnout in nursing homes. When the Wisconsin State Journal actually looked into that, they found there were a couple homes that actually had 100% turnout. One had 12 residents, one had 8. Otherwise, the voting numbers for nursing home residents turned out to be between 20 and 90%, depending on the home, with an overall number of 76%, which is in the bounds of what they generally see. So it's a hot topic, although there's maybe not quite as much factual basis behind some of it as you might think. So I'd be happy to take any questions. Oh, one last thing I did want to add on the ballot box bill. I liked where we kind of ended last year in the Senate side with the idea of having the ballot box into the facade of the courthouse. The reason that my people like it is simply because mobility issues. It's easier to walk the 10 or 20 feet out of the car and drop something off rather than up a couple sets of stairs and get to somewhere else to hand it in. So that's where we come at it from, is just the ability to get a vote back in a ballot box that is secure and frankly close. So thank you, I appreciate the time.
I just had one question. So when they use the special election judge to go, which I think is a great idea, do they officially call that then a polling place, or is it just sending somebody and picking them at different times?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. They do refer to it as an early voting opportunity. I'm excited to see what that looks like. I've actually volunteered to be an election judge this year myself because I want to dig into it a little bit deeper and just see what it looks like. But it certainly seems like an option that's out there. Hopefully we don't, strain already small election staff already, but that would be a good way to get people to a point where they're able to be able to vote once again and do so in a way that we all kind of feel good about.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, moving on.
Chairman Committee, Gail Simmons, Civics 307. I'm just going to make some general statements about those bills rather than go individually, and it also applies to some of the others. First of all, on absentee balloting, or absentee voting, this primarily occurs in person and not by mail. The real lack of confidence in postal delivery timelines and security is greater than the concerns of ballot boxes. Note that in statute and in the reporting from Wild Ridge, there is no distinction between early in-person voting and absentee voting. So in fact, that early voting is often done on a machine in Laramie County. The greatest risk to voter confidence in elections is the unwarranted, unsubstantiated claims that election integrity does not exist in Wyoming. Those claims are couched as a constant refrain that election integrity concerns must be addressed. When that unceasing refrain is repeated over and over and over again, the typical person will conclude that there is no smoke without fire. The fact is that Wyoming has safe, secure, accurate, and timely elections. Comments are often made to the effect that even if there is no evidence, that does not mean it does not happen, or we need to be proactive to ensure it does not occur. I would say that you don't fix a car that isn't broken by ripping out the engine. The challenge that you have in policymaking is to base laws on facts and evidence, not on political talking points or speculation. And I stand for questions.
Any questions? Yes, Senator Landon.
Ms. Simmons, thank you. I'll go directly to you on this one because you provided a handout and have done some research with regard to hand counting versus electronic counting. I found that compelling, but were you able to find, I guess, talk to me a little bit more about what you did find. You did give us examples of about 4 different studies that have been done, and clearly the hand counting has a lot more discrepancy than the machines ever do. And so it's kind of ironic that we're going to set that up as the backup when it's really, it should be backed up. Can you speak a little bit more about where you found your
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Simmons.
Senator Lannon, I will have some additional testimony specifically when we're talking about the hand counts. But as with most of the non-existent problems that 10 of these election bills address, there is no evidence. And it's hard to prove the absence of something. You can only prove the existence of something. So in every single case of, for example, on hand counting, the accuracy of the machines over the hand counting was proven. And for the rest of these, for example, it's just, I get the concerns, and I think that, you know, when you hear from your constituents and the people in your districts, rather than legislating a solution to a non-existing problem, I think the answer is for all of us to do a better job of communicating what the truth really is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Simmons, I didn't realize that maybe we wouldn't have another shot, so sorry to jump ahead. Thanks.
Other questions? All right, thank you. New members up?
This gentleman didn't speak.
Yep. Yeah, if everybody wants to just continue filling the seats, we'll recognize you as a new person.
Good morning. I'm Jenny DeSaro, the Executive Director of the Equality State Policy Center, an independent, nonpartisan voice working to ensure fair elections and transparent government in Wyoming communities for over 30 years. We are supported by a diverse membership of Wyoming-based organizations and individuals. The first item that I'll talk about are the drop boxes. To reiterate, it was mentioned by the clerks, but drop boxes have been used in Wyoming for official county and even city business for at least 30 years by our research. Quite successfully as a method for collecting documents and payments. Yes, money in envelopes. The mere premise that suddenly these are not safe receptacles for a legally obtained paper ballot completed with pen, sealed by a yucky tasting film, signed by the submitter along the seal of that envelope is preposterous. These safe, reliable depositories have been made controversial by unsubstantiated claims about election fraud. In fact, Wyoming voters trust drop boxes and appreciate the flexibility and convenience they offer. And I think Senator Landon brought it up. People who work shift hours, it's a convenience. They live in a different town, not the county seat. Via a respectful public records request, we obtained these numbers, and it was timely, and they responded very efficiently. During the 2024 general election, over 1,000 Albany County voters, over 2,000 Laramie County voters, over 150 Carbon County voters, and over 1,500 Wyomingites from other counties chose to use secure drop boxes that were provided by their counties. Their reasons may vary. Use your imagination. For one, with the reduction of the early and absentee ballot window shrinking from 45 to 28, direct drop box delivery might be more appealing than the Postal Service. And that was mentioned earlier. We know that that our Postal Service is being reduced, I did find that out, I Googled it. So in March 2023, the 2021, there was the plan that was released that they are to cut back on rural delivery. And I Googled a bunch more just to verify, but I encourage you to look at that as well. It is out there and factual. Some of you sitting on this committee likely won your elections in part to one of those ballots received via the safe, secure, and trustworthy drop boxes. Through records request, the Equality State Policy Center was also unable to find any documented unresolved issues by the Secretary of State's office with ballot drop boxes in Wyoming. So we do, if you want to make it attached to the building or change that. However, I will say that currently, from previous testimony from the county clerks, it is exhaustive with their cameras and all the effort that they have gone into securing those boxes. And we talk about a mailbox. Yes, they exist. We have one in Cody, Wyoming on the street corner. You can go drop your ballot there, but there is no camera there. That mail gets picked up once a day, and then it gets transported up a hill, then over to Casper, then down to Denver, then back to Cody, versus you can go to the secure box and just put it in there. So I will now move to ballot harvesting. And I think it was made very clear that there is no evidence of this in Wyoming. My concerns with this bill are that we are going to criminalize our neighborliness. There is definitely some effort in here that addressing the potential dangers around nursing homes, but it does bother, it seems that this could also inadvertently affect someone offering to deliver a ballot to the clerk's office, an authorized drop box, or the post office is a honest, kind-hearted gesture. By the time the ballot is in a sealed envelope for delivery and handed to that trusted friend, neighbor, family member, it is nearly impossible to reopen and alter the contents, as well as highly improbable. When a neighbor, family member, care worker, or friend volunteers to deliver a ballot for someone less mobile or in a different city from the county seat, and the volunteer is already making that drive, this volunteer may be the same person that volunteers at the polls on Election Day. As a member of the Seroptimus, Rotary, Lions, Kiwanis Club, volunteering within our communities, or be one of those 3,000 volunteers that make Cheyenne Frontier Days possible every day. Integrity, being honest, morally upright, adhering to strong ethical principles, and acting consistently with one's values, even when faced with challenges or temptations. This bill, as is, needs some adjustments. If we're serious about promoting integrity rather than deceit, which is defined as mistrusting the truth, then let's not vilify the integrity of our neighborliness or volunteerism. Instead, let's trust checks and balances woven into Wyoming's election process, which continues to prove trustworthy. There are many polls by the University of Wyoming that voters trusted their elections in Wyoming, and we are speaking about Wyoming elections. Let's cultivate the spirit of volunteering and community. This is you, this is me, this is our friends and neighbors. And so I really recommend that we look at just addressing the pre-ballot filling out versus once the ballot's filled out and sealed, anyone should be able to deposit it in the appropriate spot if it was secured correctly and all of that. Enforcing this could be challenging as well. And with that, I'm done. Oh, I stand for questions.
Any questions? All right, next, thank you.
I'm Larry French from Powell, and I'm speaking on the first one, the pen and paper ballots. In Park County in 2021, there was a group of us approached the county commissioners to ask them if we could count the 2022 ballots by hand. One of the commissioners said, why don't you count the 20 ballots instead? So all we wanted to do was prove that the machines were accurate. They referred it to the county attorney, who referred it to the state attorney general. State attorney general said, no, you can't do that. And so then we have proceeded on, and we've had several surveys where we asked the people if they prefer to have their ballots hand counted or machine counted. In every instance, we were over 85% want hand counted ballots. We also did put a deal where we had Powell, Cody, and Meeteetse High School government classes vote some ballots for us. We had 200, and we had 85 people count those ballots. We broke them up in teams of 2 and teams of 3. What we found was that a team of 3 could reconcile a ballot in less than a minute. And later, a group called BCR, I believe, put a demonstration on hand counting at the Game and Fish Department in Cody. And they used teams of 4, and very accurate. And in my opinion, you can get rid of a bunch of issues like the barcodes and all those kinds of things by hand counting the ballots. So I would suggest, and then last Thursday, Park County GOP Central Committee by an overwhelming majority passed a resolution asking the county commissioners to allow us to hand count the ballots. And next Saturday in Hewlett, that resolution will be brought before the State Central Committee. So I'm in favor of hand counting ballots.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, moving on.
Mr. Chairman, Joey Correnti, and since we're covering a range of topics, I'll be wearing multiple hats. If you need me to announce them all, I'll be happy to do so. I want to start with, I've been on the Carbon County Canvassing Board for a few years. I've been involved in Wyoming elections for over a decade. And when I look at the paper ballots draft for number 40, the thing that jumps out at me is the opt-in, opt-out portion for disability. And because the definition of disability, as previously mentioned, is so broad, and I don't know how it would be enforced, is someone going to ask me under what authority? There's HIPAA concerns. I'm thinking of your desks back in Cheyenne. There's a little box with a speaker, but you can also get an additional listening device. Do you have to prove that you're disabled to even ask for that? I mean, I get that this is elections and voting and it's different, but that posture should remain that if you say you want to use this machine or you're disabled, you shouldn't have to prove it. It's available. The problem is the barcodes. And I'll talk about that as a member of the County Canvassing Board who does audits. When we audit, I've got a computer screen in front of me that shows a scan of a ballot and what the computer read from that scan. Now on the barcode, I don't know where the computer's getting that information. In fact, in the scan of the ballot, I can only assume that the computer's taking the information from what it's seeing in that picture. So really, I believe the answer to some of the concerns on the paper ballots is yes, we should have pen to paper or at least a physical paper representation of a ballot for every vote cast in Wyoming. And we need a way to do real-time audit where I, as a member of the canvassing board, can take, whether it's an express vote or a full-size paper ballot, stick it through a machine and have it tell me immediately what that machine's reading. So I'm actually looking at the ballot, because scans and pictures, barcodes, even as a person who's certifying that election and under threat of investigation, possible imprisonment, maybe not, is saying, I saw a computer screen that showed me this picture and said this is what it meant. And that's all I can say in a court of law that I'm certifying. Should it be always available to vote either way somebody wants to vote? Yes. We should always have a paper copy. There should be no barcodes. And much like our conversation yesterday with public records access, I think there may be a university component here that's possible. Why are we not building our own voting tabulation machines at the University of Wyoming, proprietary to Wyoming? We own access to the source code. We know exactly what's in it. But with any of these questions and the concerns, because of the process and the calendar we use for legislation and other things that are going on in the nation, we've got to be prepared to be incremental. We've got to be prepared to discuss appropriations, and it may not all happen with the perfect answer at the next election. Any of the stuff that's proposed right now is as soon as going to go into effect 100 days before the next election. That is a hard lift for shifting and expecting perfect performance in a lot of these cases. So yes, paper ballots, no barcodes, but this is going to be, I believe, an ongoing effort for many years. And I also think we need to be retaining these ballots for 2 election cycles, 48 months, in case the other things we're going to talk about. We need to review, we need to audit an audit, we need to do a hand count. Moving on to the drop boxes, I had an amendment that the House committee is aware of last year that would expand access by utilizing town clerks. I'm not going to bring that right now. Maybe want to work with Senator Landon, talking about your working folks and having more access. But I'd really like to see the Dropbox situation settled and codified before we add and deal with other things. We're looking at 10 or 11 bills right now. They all work together, and not all of them need to be worked completely to get a starting point for our next conversations. But working people and shift workers is a concern of mine as well, being from rural Wyoming. And that kind of brings me to ballot harvesting. Ballot harvesting, early voting, and drop boxes. There's only one type of ballot that can be affected or involved in that, and that's absentee ballots. Absentee ballots are very well tracked. The clerk has to wait for a proper request through the registration and then the request for the absentee ballot. They have signatures on all that paperwork. They send that ballot out. When that ballot comes back, however it comes back, there's an outer envelope to protect the inner envelope that has the information that they need to say, this person did request a ballot, they have returned the ballot, and I can check and see if the signatures match. So any of these other concerns about ballot harvesting and election integrity have to include a previous crime somewhere else. Stealing ballots, false registering, creating ballots that are not in the clerk system, false voting by unduly influencing a vulnerable person. All these other things already have to happen. And the concern that I'm seeing is if we just say, okay, nobody can bring in more than one ballot, and the nursing homes, you can bring in 5 if you have a piece of paper signed. I think it might make us lazy in enforcing other laws, saying, wait a minute, another crime already had to happen in order for this ballot harvesting to be a problem. So I don't know what the answer exactly is to that, but I do know the Platte Valley, we have a lot of world-class guest ranches. We have people that live in one place that are from Wyoming and from Carbon County that are working hard during election season. And someone needs to be able to bring those ballots forward. And so what I'd suggest is some contemplation on a suggestion from Senator Case, an affidavit. We have them all throughout the Title 22. This is the person I authorized to bring my ballot in, a bunch of blanks. Here's your ballot, inner envelope, outer envelope, and your signature on that affidavit has to match the inner envelope, the registration, and the request for an absentee ballot. Little extra work for the clerks, maybe, but it answers a lot of questions and at least gives us that chain of custody. What I'm seeing with the ballot harvesting proposal is great for people in retirement homes, and maybe that number needs to be, but it doesn't address the problem and can be sidestepped by just throwing it in a mailbox. If I want to get 25 false ballots in there, just drop them in the US mail, and it's expressly sidestepped here. So with all of that, we're talking about security, ballots moving here, who's turning them in or not. I'm wondering why none of this has triggered a conversation or a draft about secure transport of ballots from the polling locations back to the clerk's office, from the clerk's PO box back to the clerk's office. There are multiple times when our intent and our conversations that are being focused in this direction aren't being focused on the ballots at all times. So I think we have a path forward. I don't think it has to be our side, their side. If the focus is to improve the process of election integrity, security, and custody, there are plenty of other things we can do, and it doesn't require all of this and will require extra possibilities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions.
Questions? Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Correnti, I think it's an interesting thought of removing ourselves from using the existing vendor, and it would be a big lift, right, to have University of Wyoming build something for us or something like that. I'm curious, let's open the box of what are if you could rebuild our system, what would you put into it? What is something, for example, I think about, there's a way, we could use technology for each individual to verify their vote anonymously, right? So if you voted, you could get issued a randomized number. You put that number in a website. You could check that your vote's been counted. You could check that your vote's been counted the way that you voted, right? So, but it would still be anonymous because it's no longer linked to your name. It's linked to a random number. And that way you wouldn't have to deal with the possibility or liability of hand counting, because each individual could then verify specifically that their vote was counted. So what if you could envision any feature in a rebuilt system, what would it look like?
Mr. Correnti.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, I can imagine quite a bit, but I'm also a fiscal conservative. So, dealing in reality, I think that I would shift our focus to improving the WyoReg system and instantaneous verification, because what we're heading towards with 2 weeks of non-registration before an election, but registrations on election day, if a lot of these proposals go through, it's going to lead us to where we're going to have to start saying all same-day registrations are provisional ballots, just for security. We can't prove all this stuff we're asking to prove if the person doesn't have it there on that day. So really what I'd like to see in my perfect system starts with not voting, not ballots, not elections, registration. And beyond that, as far as checking, we already have a pretty good system of being able to tell if your absentee ballot at least has been sent out, received, and counted. Whether it was counted correctly, that's the $64 million question. I think that happens through audits. I think there needs to be an optional, possible hand count mechanism in there. I don't think we can force people to provide themselves as slave labor if they don't want to be on the hand count team and a county can't provide that personnel. We'll have to figure that out. But really, for me, elections start at registration. And I think we have some factors in our registration system versus our election posture that really need to be addressed.
All right, next. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. It's great to see you all here today. I'm Jill Kaufman. I'm from Platte County. I'm just a normal person. I am here in support of these bills. I agree with our Secretary of State and encourage that these three bills be passed forward. A couple of things that are observation, and then I want to keep all my comments for a later time this morning. One of them is the hypocrisy of we have to have drop boxes to have convenience for the people, when in reality they're pulling precincts away from individual areas in the communities and in the country areas that people could actually access. That's a little hypocrisy for me. The other one is DEI is dead. We are all adults, 18 and higher, in these elections. We need to be responsible. We are responsible. We get to work. We do other things with our families. So I think we need to treat it as such. And we have 2 elections a year, every 2 years, a primary and a general. Everybody knows the dates, so on and so forth. We need to just be responsible. And for that, I stand, and I hope to have more comments later. Any questions?
Questions? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Kaufman, I agree we shouldn't be closing our rural precinct vote centers. And so I'm curious on what you would support to help reopen those centers. Would you support the state legislature putting in funding for counties to reopen centers?
Ms. Kaufman.
Excuse me, could he repeat the last part of that question, please?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kaufman, would you support the legislature putting in funding in our budget to help counties open vote centers?
Ms. Kaufman.
Well, I agree with some of what is written in the bills, but most of it is I think we need to work a little bit harder on them so that they're better worded and more clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
We need a clarification here. A vote center is a centralized location. It has a technical meaning now. You want to open more polling places is what I think you're asking.
Mr. Chairman and other chairman, thank you for that clarification. Yes, I think Ms. Kaufman was stating that it's a little hypocritical of polling places being reduced in rural areas. And if that's correct, would you support us funding reopening polling places in rural areas?
Ms. Kaufman.
I would have to look at the legislature on that, but I think the more we have availability for people in the communities where it has been in the past, instead of all putting together in these big voting centers, I think we would find much better results, and we wouldn't necessarily have to go with the ballot boxes anywhere, because they would have their own polling places in their own communities to be accessible to.
Mr. Chairman, it just costs money. That's the question.
All right, other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And we have, I don't know how many people online, probably. So let's keep our comments brief, but we appreciate hearing from you.
You bet, Mr. Chairman, and I will keep it very brief because I did not plan on coming and talking here today, but there are a couple of things I do want to note. I'm Brian Miller, the chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party. I want to, I'm not going to comment on each of the different bills, but I would like to say that election integrity is a national priority from the president on down. It is a priority of voters across the nation, and very much so here in Wyoming. National politics have driven a big distrust in the election system, and that distrust is very prevalent in Wyoming at the moment. Bottom line, the perception is the reality here in Wyoming and elsewhere. The Wyoming Constitution requires the legislature to ensure the purity of elections. It is your job to ensure the rules are in place to keep illegal votes from happening and for legal votes to be counted properly. I've heard several people here today testify that there's no problem and no evidence of a problem in Wyoming. So why pass laws to prevent problems from happening? It's simple, because the public demands it. I do think that part of the perception, and I'll just throw this out there for people to think about, and you might consider when you're looking at how the laws are actually enforced down the line. I know you don't enforce the laws, you write them. But there are a lot of cases that do not get looked into. I think part of the reason that we don't see issues is that they're not actually investigated. We have, the last I had heard, there were 17 cases sitting on the Attorney General's desk that all deal with election law or election issues. And they've been sitting there, many of them, for many years. They have not been looked at. That does not help when it comes to building trust in the public. And for folks who come in, I get that people do not like to have their integrity challenged. I say I'm no different. When I do my job, I expect people to think that I did my job because I did the job that I'm supposed to do. I don't want to be challenged. Other people don't want to be challenged. But when folks come in and they're constantly fighting what the public wants, that draws that perception even deeper. And you have the opportunity as members of this committee to help resolve that for the people. We can get more people out to vote if they trust the system. And that's one of our goals in the Wyoming Republican Party. I stand for any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, this is slightly off topic, so if you don't want the question to be answered, that's okay. I'm curious from the good chairman of that party, what the process, where in the process are we currently for the appointment of the Senate seat?
Of the Senate seat? There was an announcement just put out yesterday. It went out to the press. We have a location. We have a date, time, location. The two parties will be coming together per statute. And on the 25th, we will get 3 names from the precinct committee people of those counties in that district. They will decide what the 3 names are, and it will be passed on to the county commissioners, who, in my understanding, is the county commissioners will end up having a meeting in Cheyenne. Following, of course, state statute on how that occurs.
Thank you for that off-topic answer.
Yeah.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Miller, thanks. Just on a personal note, I appreciated you coming down a couple of months ago. We had a great visit. As a precinct member here in this county, I thought we had a really good dialogue, and so I appreciated that. And I also wanted to acknowledge how much passion your office feels for all of this fleet of bills, because I've been getting the cookie cutter emails. Interestingly, I suppose it's because I'm a precinct guy that they've ended up in my private emails, and they've been dumped in there about every day for the past month or so. That's been a little irritating, but it's okay. I've been able to get through them. I just wanted to share this. This morning I was sitting there wondering, how to express why I'm a little bit trepidated with this fleet of bills. And it's not that I don't believe in election integrity. I think it's very critical. But if you go to paragraph 14 of the bylaws and the platforms of the party to which I belong, which happens to be the one you do, the bottom of that paragraph says the most effective, responsible, and responsive government is the government that is closest to the people. Government that governs least governs best. It feels like with this fleet of bills that we're rolling over the top of our local elected officials. How do you reconcile that? What can you tell me that helps me understand why we would go against one of the mantras that many of us have campaigned on, that we believe in local control? So help me with that one, can you?
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, you bet. Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, the simplest answer to that is that elections matter. Elections are what this republic is built on. We use democratic means to come up with who is going to govern the people. When the public does not trust that the elections are happening appropriately, they don't trust the people who are in charge, and therefore, even the local folks, the local electeds who are running the operations, or the appointed and all the folks working with them, they're not trusted because the public doesn't trust the system. In this case, and I think there's several other ways you can point this out, there are 23 different counties in Wyoming, almost 23 different ways of doing business, and people from one county, and Wyoming's a very social state. People from one county say, oh, this is happening in my county. Oh, really? They're doing it over there, here in our county this way. There needs to be some structure, especially when it comes to people understanding that their vote is being counted, and that they understand that people who shouldn't be voting are not voting. And so this plethora of bills that are come up, they've been things that since 2013, when I got involved with the state party, these have been kicking around for years and years and years. This time, this place is where they've all come to a head. And the people want to be able to trust the public. They trust the R behind most of the folks in this room's name. They trust the R because of the party and what we stand for.
And I realize your position, but we'll keep clear of platforms and politics. So.
You bet. I will say this. It doesn't matter whether it's the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. It really doesn't. In this case, this is the people of Wyoming. This is the people of the nation are very concerned about election integrity. And until we do something about that, we will not see the number of voters come up. And I'm surprised this last election, we didn't see even a lot more people come out and vote like they did in 2016. And in 2020, I mean, it was interesting to see the numbers kind of dip a little bit in an election that was as significant as this past one.
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Willock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a real quick question. Being a computer security guy, I liken election integrity to that from two perspectives. Number one, just because it isn't broke, you don't fix it, okay? If it isn't broke, you don't fix it, and you get hacked, you don't have it. That's the way that works. But the second issue, and I would go back and I want to get your opinions of, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like to hear others talk on this. But the other piece of this is from the perspective that if you don't standardize, you can't impose security. You literally can't. If your company, if you have every single laptop and workstation you have 20 different divisions and everybody runs them different, I guarantee you have no security. That is the nature of things. And I would liken election integrity to that to some degree. Just curious what others think, and I'd love to hear your opinion.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Block, I would agree with that. I also agree that unless you have standards, how can you hold people to them? If you do not have a standard, how do you investigate something to see if something was done appropriately? If there are no standards, then there's no ability to hold anybody accountable. So it all comes down to that.
Yes, Representative Brown.
Mr. Miller, thank you for being here. You stated earlier that there were 17 cases of fraudulent votes here in the state, and we continue to hear, it's not a problem, it's not a problem. Can you guarantee me that those were the only cases of fraudulent votes? Did we catch 100% of them?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify. Those were election cases dealing with elections. Some of them dealing with other items in Title 22 on election. There's some election fraud complaints. There are election complaints about how people campaign, what they did during campaigns. There's a variety of them. My point is, people are looking at the fact that these have stacked up for years on the desk and nothing is being done about them. And then we've had the case in Weston County recently. We have several cases that have been in the news lately. It is a growing problem. And when people see that it's just sitting there and they hear that things are just sitting there, they wonder if anyone really cares. And if they don't care, how can they trust the system?
Any other questions? All right, Chairman Miller, thank you. Thank you for being here. Next up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Carl Allred. I'm from Uena County. Representative Locke brought up some good things. Just because you say maybe there isn't a problem doesn't mean that you just close your eyes and ignore the possibilities. So some of these things are here to keep things from happening. Pen and paper ballots, I'm a little bit of a traditionalist. I like the way we used to do elections. The Constitution calls for election day, not election month. And you show up on election day. Absentee ballots, you used to have a reason to take an absentee ballot. There was a list of reasons. You were actually physically absent from the state on election day. It's changed a lot, not always for the best. But when we talk about pen and paper ballots, just because somebody says that it hasn't happened here, in Ohio and in Florida both, now this was a different vendor, but Diebold machines, they caught them where you pushed, whether it was the Democrat and it recorded a Republican or vice versa, but they caught them. It did it. Now, years ago, when they first came out with these touchscreen things for the disabled, they would print the ballot just like as if you were handed a paper ballot. And the optical readers read those just like your paper ballots. So why did they add barcodes? That makes you wonder. I'm not saying that they are or they're not, but why did they do that? When our optical readers have just as much capability of doing that, we can print that actual ballot. That way the person can look at it and say, this is what I voted for, and they can see their ballot and they run it through the tabulator. I think for the most part, these tabulators are pretty dang good. We've used optical readers since the early 60s to grade tests from elementary school to college. And so I don't think there's much of a problem with that. And I understand that we can't say today we're going to get rid of those barcode readers and have it happen by the next election. That's a heavy lift. We can't do it. But if we change the law and we say, okay, we can't use barcodes anymore, then not this next election, but the next one, it'll happen. We have the capability of printing those ballots. Why aren't we doing it? And why did they come up with barcodes? I mean, it just makes you wonder. Again, I think some of these things we do go, and we look at what has happened around the country, whether it's electronic machines casting wrong ballots. We talk about ballot harvesting. And people say, well, we don't have a problem in Wyoming. Well, when you look back at when this really came out during a presidential election, one of the reasons why Wyoming isn't very high on the forefront is you look at it, we have 3 electoral votes. When you're talking about bang for the buck, Wyoming isn't the place where you spend your money to try to twist an election. But to say that it hasn't happened, I mean, we have a lady in Arizona sitting in prison right now for doing exactly that, a felony conviction. It has happened. So shouldn't we close the door before it happens here, if it hasn't already? And I am pretty sure a lot of this widespread stuff hasn't happened in Wyoming. But do we wait until it does? I mean, Wyoming's nice. I mean, I know my house, I never had a key to my house for 12 years when I first moved in there. House was never locked. Come back from being gone for a month and there's notes from the neighbors sitting on the kitchen counter. Today I locked the door. But I think that on some of these things, we lock the door now before we have major problems with it. So, along with that too, the ballot drop box. And some people say, well, if I drop it in the mailbox, that's not as secure as the ballot drop box. Well, there's one difference. If you do something in the mailbox, we have federal law, the federal postal inspectors and things like that, that will take action on that. And so I don't necessarily agree with the mail. I don't like it. And I hate states that do mail-in ballots. That's why we restrict those, back with the reasons for absentee. But, and some people say, well, it's a convenience thing. I agree with Representative Yin. Let's open those election places back up. We also hear some people say, well, people work. Well, guess what? In Wyoming, if you're working on election day, they must allow you the time off to go vote and to reach the polls in time to vote. We had a lot of guys at work that would just take that extra hour off just so they could go home and never actually go vote. But there is nothing that keeps you from voting on election day in Wyoming. You even get paid for it. So a lot of these excuses are just that, excuses. And if we just really want to make it so dang easy for people and something they enjoy, then we'd just contract with Minecraft and let them make an app that you can sit at home in on your couch and vote. But that's not what we're trying to do. Voting is very important in this country, as compared to, I've been in a lot of other countries where you don't have the opportunities that we do here. Voting's very important. And I think it's not just the fact that you can, but we get to. And we ought to take that a little bit serious. And for most of, as I see a lot of these young kids growing up, they don't care. Why? They say, oh, my vote doesn't count. Well, yeah, it does. As you guys know, here in Wyoming, we even had a legislative race that the vote was absolutely tied, and it was decided by drawn lots. Randall Luthi appreciated that. But anyway, that's my comments, and I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I was going to take a break, and I really am trying to be respectful for everybody that wants to visit with our panel, and I just wondered how you want to handle that. I want to apologize if I missed somebody, but I'm going to
let's take
the other room here.
Let's take a small break.
Can we do that?
About 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. have Janet Mader ready to testify. Janet?
How do I figure this? Did it work? Thank you. Janet Mader, Campbell County. In this whole discussion this morning, and I've watched it in the past couple of years, the testing, the pre-audit ballots. So when I've been doing this in Campbell County, the pre-testing of these ballots for years. When I was the only one that showed up, I had to ask when it was because my chairman didn't tell me. I've never been designated by a party to go do the pre-audit testing of the ballots, but we start with a spreadsheet with all of those marked ballots on that spreadsheet. We know every candidate, every mark on that ballot, and then in past, we would, our clerk would let us fill in the ballot, so it's pretty random. And then those are on the spreadsheet. Before we put those into the tabulator, everything's accounted for. Then we run them through the tabulator. Then we pull that, I call it the cash register receipt, and we have to compare the two. So anything on those comparisons, if it doesn't match up, we're stuck there till we get that straightened out. And I think that word pre-audited ballots in that testing procedure is somehow getting dropped out of the conversation and equation, and that might kind of start helping understand if your vote was counted on those electronic tabulators. And I just wanted to insert that in there. I wanted to be short on these first two ballots. There was one other comment. Okay, on the ballot harvesting, so I'm from northern Campbell County. We have people out there that drive 60 to 75 miles to get to town. There might be a mailbox at a post office at Recluse, it might still be there. But Gillette, Rosette, and Wright are where our post office box are. I have friends that travel 75 miles to get to Gillette just to do their business at the courthouse. So when you're talking about all of this stuff in the who qualifies to carry that ballot, think about that. That's where I'm at with those, is just consider those two things. And when I have done the pre-testing of those ballots in Campbell County, we do test those e-voters, and when that, I call it a skinny ballot, it comes out, it has both the name and the barcode, so I can see both of those. When we do our match with our spreadsheet, we're looking at that name, so it all matches up when we get done, or otherwise we can't move forward. So any comments there? Questions?
I just had one question. So Janet, would you say you're for the ballot drop box bill or against?
I'm not a fan of ballot drop boxes.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions from the committee? No?
My
Okay.
main focus was that word pre-audited ballots. We have a bank, always had a bank of ballots. We knew every vote on that ballot,
Right.
so we could balance those out.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Okay, good morning, senators and representatives. My name is John Wilcox. I come here from Sheridan, and I'm in favor of these bills. You have a magnificent building here, by the way. During the break, I figured out that if I took the wrong turn, I ended up on the outside of the back of this building. So I had a very nice walk during my break. At any rate, I am thinking about what a number of people said. Mr. Correnti made some great points. Mr. Miller made some great points. Mr. Allred made some great points, and I don't want to repeat them much, but I want to endorse them. One of the things that I was struck by as I listened to all of this was that we were also very polite. And this is a don't commit crimes to cheat elections bunch of bills. And they are a whole. They don't They don't work all by themselves, they work as a whole. And not all of them got passed last session, and these are important. Elections are not about ease. They're not about convenience. They're about my right to know that when I vote, it didn't get canceled by somebody who cheated. That matters. It matters to everybody, okay? If I want to cheat, I do not want pen and paper ballots because somebody can't measure them later to find out if I screwed with the machines. If I want to cheat, I want drop boxes so I can have the people helping me cheat, and usually it's organized. Those people can use those drop boxes. If you insist on drop boxes, I want them in the clerk's office, in front of the clerk, because they're in a hurry and they don't have time to hand it to the clerk, okay? So they can drop it in the drop box, but somebody's going to see that person. We've already been through the rigmarole with, don't worry, they've got cameras and they're wonderful. Well, the cameras didn't work, did they? And we didn't know anything. And on the occasions that they did work, nobody did anything. And we watched people stuffing and stuffing and stuffing, dropping them on the floor, picking them up, stuffing some more and stuffing some more, and nothing happened. So I don't like drop boxes. But if I want to cheat, I want them. And if I want to cheat, I want ballot harvesting because it takes a lot of time to cheat. How do we cheat? What's the most effective way to cheat? We need to have an early mail-in sort of a situation. We need mail-in ballots. It's been established over the years, and we're going to find out more as time goes by. You need mail-in ballots to cheat. And in some states, we call them absentee ballots. In other places, we call them mail-in ballots. And in some states, it's all mail-in ballots. But in fact, if it's a mail-in ballot, it's an early ballot. And the longer you allow me to work on early ballots, the easier it is for me to cheat. And on the drop boxes, they break the chain of custody because you never see how nobody knows where that ballot really came from. So there's that too. But that's what's going on there. And the mail-in ballots, in my experience, from what I've seen, are used to backstop the machines. And we can intuit that, even if we can't prove it, by watching how we go for 2 weeks after the deal's done, and we slowly watch how somebody who clearly won on election night's eroding down to the bottom, and then he loses. And Mr. AARP here, I'm going to push back on him. And it's not personal, but I'm from Wisconsin. And Wisconsin is a cesspool of voting. And one of the greatest ways to do it was to go to nursing homes. It's very popular. It's becoming less popular because there's a fellow by the name of Peter Bernegger in Wisconsin who's been busting them. But it probably was for a while ago, the favorite way for a man named Robin Voss to get elected in Racine and Kenosha County. Now, I know that several of you know who Robin Voss is because he's like the leader of the state Legislative Leaders Conference. I'm sure some of you have met him. He's a Republican, which sort of, everybody thinks that the election integrity is a Republican issue. But it's not a Republican issue. It's an everybody issue. And the Republicans cheat too, as you're going to find out soon, I think. Nursing homes need to be just as careful as everything else. I want a paper ballot, I want drop boxes, I don't want drop boxes, and I don't want ballot harvesting. Thank you.
All right, questions? Okay, is there anybody else in the room that didn't get to testify that would like to testify from the public? All right. Kate? Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if it'd be possible to have the Secretary of State come back up. There's a couple of things that I'd like to clarify with him, if you don't mind.
We do it after the public testimony.
Yeah, let's finish public testimony and then we'll bring him back up for questions. Anybody on Zoom, if you would kindly raise your hand if you would like to testify and are ready to speak. And then Katie, if you just want to let them in at your convenience and just let us know who they are.
Mr. Chairman, I am bringing Linda Barton and John Conrad in.
All right, thank you.
And Marguerite Herman.
So Linda, you want to go ahead and start?
Yes, thank you.
If you could identify yourself for the YouTube and then go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, sir. My name is Linda Barton, and I am president of the League of Women Voters of Wyoming, and I speak on behalf of them. We are a nonpartisan organization committed to protecting the freedom to vote for all eligible citizens. We believe strongly that it is possible and essential to ensure both security and broad, equitable access to the ballot. Safeguarding election integrity is vital, but any restrictions must be anchored in verifiable facts, documented experiences, and an understanding of their practical consequences, not built on speculation or national talking points. Legislation borrowed from other states must be vetted carefully to avoid unintended negative impacts in Wyoming. We must carefully consider the real-life effects on both election administration and voter access. For many Wyoming voters, shift workers, farmers, ranchers, people with health challenges, and those facing immediate harsh weather, barriers to voting are more than theoretical. They are real and immediate. We also have to be realistic about how ballots are counted. While pen and paper ballots and hand counting may seem more transparent, they are notoriously prone to error, delays, and inefficiency. Security gains, in other words, must be proven, not assumed. Local control matters. Our trusted elected county clerks and officials understand Wyoming's terrain and demographics better than anyone. The bills before you today do not meet that standard. Instead, they erect barriers, impose costly unfunded mandates, reduce access, and risk undermining public trust in our elections. The League of Women Voters stands ready to partner with this committee in crafting thoughtful, evidence-based solutions that address Wyoming's unique realities, protect both election integrity and access, and strengthen democratic trust for our hardworking Wyomingites. And I might add that life is different than it was in the last 40 and 50 years. We can't go back to the way it used to be. People work all kinds of hours, and I think it is incumbent upon us to make voting as easy as possible, because that's what our Constitution is based on: free and fair elections and access to voting. Voting is a right, and we must allow our citizens to our eligible citizens to take advantage of that. And I think we can, and we must do both. And I thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to any questions that you might have.
Any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next up, let's see, we have, Katie, remind me who's online here.
John Conrad and Marguerite Herman.
Okay, well, I recognize Mr. Conrad.
Well, Chairman, thank you, and committee members, thank you as well for taking time, for taking election integrity in Wyoming so seriously for the past few years. Your commitment to ensuring that transparency and integrity is appreciated, as well as working with the county clerks. I also want to share with us admirable, but I do have to question the continued efforts, even without the widespread evidence of malfeasance. In fact, in my research, there's been 4 cases of criminal activity in Wyoming elections in the past 25 years. But as Wyoming voters and as a working man, we must ask you why you continue to create draft laws for non-existent problems. Wyoming clerks have told us ad nauseum that our elections are safe and secure and that the system is working. In 2025, from my count, there were 45 election bills filed. 8 election integrity laws were passed. Today, as we speak, the committee is evaluating an additional 11 election bills that will do, from my perspective, absolutely nothing to ease the burden on our constituents, your constituents' pocketbooks, with the exception of 26 LSO 050. I do want to recognize Senator Landon's comments. If anything, the latest efforts which are being contemplated today will simply make it more challenging for them to register and vote, creating greater apathy. In fact, only 122,000 ballots were cast in August of 2024, creating the lowest election turnout in Wyoming primary since 2016. Based on the most recently available registration from August 1st, 54% of registered voters in the state of Wyoming participated. So while you debate the potential loss for problems that may or might exist for a future problem, there are more real problems in Wyoming, and Wyomingites are facing increasing inflation, the lack of affordable housing, mental health, and increasing healthcare costs. I ask you that it's time to focus on Wyomingites now. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Conrad, I do have a question. Because there has been documented cases of election integrity crime in Wyoming, one as recently as last year. Do you have any demonstration or documentation that apathy is directly related to election laws that we pass?
Yeah, I would be glad to provide that. If I can so email you, that would be great.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Next, Ms. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marguerite Herman here, coming to you. You've heard from our State League of Women Voters president, but I come to you as a member of the Cheyenne League and as a Laramie County voter. And first, I want to thank the committee for taking my comments and for whether I agree or not. I'm just impressed with the earnestness that each one of you bring to the Corporations Committee yesterday and today. So thank you for your service. And I regret not being able to be in lovely downtown Casper myself, but commitments keep me in Cheyenne. Again, you've heard from the League President, Linda Barton. I'm speaking as a Laramie County voter and League member who sees these election bills reanimated from the 2025 session as an erosion of voter rights, specifically the further shrinking of in-person early voting, the drop box prohibition, and near elimination of direct ballot marking technology. They limit access with no gain in security, and in the case of limiting machines, they actually increase risks. These bills arise out of unsubstantiated speculation, not out of any documented problems. Yet they take direct aim on legal constitutional practices that enable Laramie County voters to free and fair access to ballot boxes. Laramie County has 16% of the state's voters, and we've been using early voting, drop boxes, and technology for several years. Where are the problems to justify these restrictions, which definitely will stymie qualified voters? And as for the machines, I'll address that since that's kind of a Laramie County thing. They adapt to individual voter needs. They catch overvotes and undervotes. They avoid the paper problem of sloppy marking or illegible write-ins. They are fast. They avoid the problem of printing complicated ballots and keeping those printed ballots secure before elections. I've heard our clerk talk about storing stacks and stacks of ballots in preparation for election day, and there's another chance for something to go wrong that we don't have with machines. They count quickly and accurately. They are thoroughly tested, and they win post-election audits. It reminds me of in high school, we had slide rules. No one would suggest we go back to slide rules again simply because they were analog or hand done. And to the Secretary of State's comments, I appreciated his traveling to Casper. And he did mention that executive order from the president. I should just include here a comment that that executive order has been enjoined in court, so it is not in effect right now. And I thank him for his comment about this is about security, and of course, but real security in Wyoming, not speculation or notions from other states. People of Wyoming would like to think that it's also about their secure constitutional access to the ballot box. Thousands of Laramie County voters trust our drop box. Half of our 40,000 voters cast ballots early at the courthouse and absentee. That is we've heard perception is reality. That's their perception and that's their reality. It's trust. Please don't make it harder for them. As League President Barton said, the League shares your dedication to election integrity, and we would welcome a chance to work with you to ensure both security and access to the fundamental constitutional right to vote. There are some, we won't get into it now, but I can think of 2 or 3 things that, again, the League pledges to work with you to meet your goal of secure and access, security and access. And with that, I will leave it there. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, committee.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional person who is also named Linda Barton, so she may have shared her link with someone.
I have a feeling that that might be my note taker. So I don't think there's another one of me here.
I was going to say, hopefully you haven't been voting for the other Linda Barton.
I'm very sorry if this is inconvenience to you, but I'm good. Unless you want to ask me some questions.
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Sorry about that.
All right, Katie, any more? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, if I might ask Ms. Barton if she's still listening in, there was quite an echo on the testimony, and if she has a chance and wants to just mail her comments to the committee, I would sure be glad to read them. Some of that didn't come through because of that echo.
It was the Linda Barton behind her.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha. There we go. Yeah.
Echoing everything. Linda, if you still are online, I could hear the testimony or I would have stopped it, but you did have an echo back there. So if you want to submit your testimony in writing too, I think we can accept that in. So. All right, any other online? Okay. Committee, what is your pleasure? Let's start with the first bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Lucas.
it's Senator Steinmetz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean to confuse you. Mr. Chairman, before we get started into the bill work, I would like to ask the committee to entertain a motion to break up our agenda a little bit, if possible. I think we have an overambitious agenda regarding the election bills. I could see us maybe getting through the first 5, but I really think these are important bills, and we have a lot of public testimony that on some of these, and then we'll also have to work them. So I'm just wondering if you would be amenable to a motion to maybe move some of these bills to our next meeting, because I don't know how we can get through them today, but I was considering making that motion, but would stand for your advice on that.
Yes, I would agree with you. If any other committee member has a comment. I was trying to deal with the ones that were most likely to be able to pass today and group them first. I think we heard also that one that might be easy is the 0048, acceptable identification revisions. But yes, I'm open to that, of moving the ones that the committee deems appropriate to the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I would request that, and even if you and your co-chairman did it over the lunch hour, that you would choose 5 of the bills to work today and move the remaining 6 bills to the next meeting so that we can give all of them the due time and consideration that they require in order for our counties to implement them, our Secretary of State to be comfortable with any amendments that might come, because this is a lot, a big ask right before an election, and I think we need to take our time and make sure we do it right.
Yes. So that's been moved and seconded. We'll look during lunch and see.
I think we should just do these
Three.
three, and then the one additional one, and then let's stand on the rest.
All right. Committee members, any comments?
I couldn't hear what he said.
His suggestion would be to take the 3 that we've heard testimony on. In addition, we would take the acceptable identification revisions on, and then move the rest to our next meeting. Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your considerations, I don't know, and I could be wrong, but our last topic of opportunity zones, regulatory sandboxes, I do not remember it being discussed in the May meeting in Lander. I'm wondering if that can be removed, freeing up some time for us to discuss more of these election bills, because I think they are of more importance, at least from what I know.
And I'm going to refer that, thank you, Representative Webb. I'm going to refer that to Senator Boner, as these are in his purview. So if you have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we could spend, if it's amenable to the committee, I can do a very brief overview of the concept with the idea that the meat of the discussion would be at our next meeting. And I think that's all, usually you can run your committee however you want, Mr. Chairman. You just have a kind of an introduction to the concept, and the committee can make a voice vote as to whether they want to hear about it again and have another bill draft in front of them. But I imagine that taking a minimal amount of time. If it's okay with the committee, if they feel comfortable, it's a pretty simple concept to explain. Of course, the details get, I'm sure you're intimidated by a 30-page bill, but it's, the concept itself, I think is simple. We can explain it relatively quickly.
I would say let's keep it in for that concept discussion, because we only have one more meeting as well. And so if, is that right? Have we gone 2 already?
This is number 2.
Okay, so we've got that meeting to vote on that bill and have public be able to comment.
Correct.
Today, we can just do a brief overview and move it on.
Correct.
So,
And Mr. Chairman, just a bit of a reminder, we do have a special meeting for the subcommittee on constitutional elections, and it's September 25th in Newcastle. I think that's when.
could we have the location and the time of that too?
I believe it's at the school district. Is that correct, Katie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I believe the time is tentatively slated for 6 PM to 9 PM at the school district building in Newcastle, in the school board room.
So that'll go out to the committee members that are on that subcommittee.
Everybody's welcome.
Yep.
We don't get paid to go, but
it'll be fun.
It'll be fun. And we want to have an opportunity for the community to present their proposals and hear from the LSO about the legal framework, and 6 to 9 is what it's scheduled for.
Is it on the website anywhere?
I don't think it's up there yet. It's still way out there.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There is a motion on the floor, and I think it includes, I think the motion is 5 of these bills. I just wanted to let the committee know that I've got a family function that requires me to leave at about 3 this afternoon. I don't want anybody to think it's something that somebody said that is the reason I left. I've got family stuff, so I regret that if we go that late in the day, I won't be able to vote on some of these, but I wanted you to know. So thank you.
And I'm his brother. So I'm family.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the table and it's seconded. All those in favor of that motion of
Well, if we could modify it to the 3 + 1.
3 + 1?
Because we've already heard public testimony on 3, so it's more achievable. I think 5 might be even a big lift.
Stretch.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
All right, the ayes have it. We're coming up on lunch. Let's go ahead and break. Oh, yep.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
So Representative Brown asked that you come back up, so let's let him ask his question first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Gray, on the pen and paper ballots bill, some of the people who were testifying were concerned about people who couldn't read so well, or they couldn't see, they were blind, they would need somebody to help them. With this bill, doesn't that allow them to use the handicap voting machines?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, yes, that carve out is in here. And I'll also note, one of the things that was said that I do want to push back a little bit on is the notion that the DS-200s, that there aren't enough in Laramie County to implement this bill, or maybe in any county. But I want to be clear, these DS-200s, they process the express vote cards currently. So you're just converting the DS-200s to processing the pen to paper ballots as opposed to the express vote cards. You're not increasing the number of ballots because it's the same amount of people who would have voted anyway. And so any notion that there's a need to have an increased number of machines in any county because there's an implementation around this bill, I would push back on. I did also on this ballot harvesting bill, this amendment that the clerks brought on designees, I would push back a little bit on it. I think that, if anybody can designate somebody to harvest their vote, which is what that amendment would do, I think that's pretty close to the status quo. If somebody stole a ballot or improperly took somebody's ballot, I think the code would already, and if it doesn't, maybe that's a separate bill, but I think it does, would already cover that. But the idea that somebody then is going to designate with no process in place, whereas we have the affidavit in place for the residential care facility, but even if you did have an affidavit, I just think that that exception eats up the whole rule. And so, Mr. Rubino, do you have anything you wanted to add to that? And then, the one other thing I wanted to say on this executive order point, the injunction on President Trump's election integrity executive order of March 25th, 2025, the injunction only touched on the requirement for the EAC to add a proof of citizenship for registering to vote question, and also verification of citizenship with some agencies on the voter list maintenance section. Those are the only two parts that were enjoined. The other parts of the executive order were not enjoined. And of course, we're working with the administration to reverse that injunction, and it's very important we do so. And then, on this vote centers, we have another case in Goshen County on Monday of precincts being closed. And it's very disturbing to me. I'm planning on testifying, writing a letter, but opposing this. But, Representative Yin, to get at the heart of preventing this trend that we've seen for a decade, you've got to look at repealing parts of House Bill 101 from the 2014 session, which allowed for these vote centers. And that has been the predicate to close when the counties have been closing these rural precincts, that is the statutory citation that they've been citing. And it is a clear, unlike the other, this is one of the 4 or 5 exceptions where the election code expressly gives that authority to the localities. So you have that local control, whereas everything else in the code is uniform and pursuant to the uniformity provisions at the start of the code, and that would include interpretation around drop boxes. But that is one of the 4 to 6 exceptions where precincts and decisions on precincts is expressly given to the localities, whereas everything else in the code is supposed to be uniform. So I just wanted to answer that question on where we go. It involves repealing portions of House Bill 101 from the 2014 session.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Senator Landon, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Secretary, there's a couple of these bills that have some appropriations to them. I'm just curious if you have done any analysis on Laramie County. You indicated they already had enough machines. Do you have any idea, are we looking at expenditures that we should write into this bill to make sure that we're covering the ability to accomplish what is set forth there? Any thoughts?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just don't, and thank you for that question. That's part of why I was hoping to respond to a couple of these points is I just don't see where the expenditure would be, because in the 26 implementation, I think in Laramie County, they would go to the default method that 22 of 23 counties have, which is the pen to paper option, which is then you put it into the DS200 and you put the express vote cards, the touchscreen cards into the DS200s too. That's a universal machine that can be programmed for both the pen to paper option and the touchscreen option. So you don't have to buy more DS200s or buy a different type of machine. Moving forward, if they continue to believe that they want a touchscreen option, there are machines starting in 28 that will qualify under Wyoming law that do not have barcodes on them. But really, those are still in development. They haven't been used in enough elections. And so I think the way they would go back to is for the 26 election is the way that 22 of 23 counties do it, and there's no expenditure required. On drop boxes, I mean, I think that I think it would actually be a reverse appropriation because it would save the counties money from buying these, in my opinion, monstrosities where they put the receptacle, where they put the ballots into. So, we wouldn't be purchasing, the counties wouldn't be purchasing those huge receptacles / monstrosities. And then on ballot harvesting, no, that's just an implementation bill. So I don't see any appropriation there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Webb.
This will be quick, I promise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked about, or we've heard about, well, people with restricted eyesight. Is there a size difference between the paper ballot and the screen of the ballot that shows up on the screen?
Secretary Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I have a response to that at this time. I think the screen might be, from my experience, a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's appreciable. But that would just be anecdotal. I can get back to you on that. We could have our tech folks come back to you on that.
I bet there are people in the back of the room that could answer that.
Yeah.
Does any of the clerks want to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, Malcolm Irvin, Platte County Clerk. The answer is yes, and it is larger on the touchscreen, and the voter has the ability to increase it further from its default setting.
So they can pinch it open more to a wider screen, basically.
Not quite the same, Mr. Chairman, but there is a button that just has a magnifying glass with a plus, and they press it, and it would increase the size.
Okay.
I have a follow-up.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My follow-up question is, what is the font size that it increases to?
Mr. Irvin.
Mr. Chairman, I do not know the answer to that. I can follow up.
Any other questions?
And Mr. Chairman, one other thing I would like to note off that question, I mean, aside from the disabilities exception, which is in the bill and that carve out, again, you know, this idea that the amendment that has been proposed by some, not by myself, but by some, that anyone can choose which ballot to use. I mean, the issue with that is opting into a less secure option that the state has decided to prohibit for election integrity reasons. I just don't think from a policy perspective that makes sense. Now, that's absent the carve out from the disability situation, which again, I believe the EAC is going to be looking at its new standards, removing barcodes in every situation, and putting that in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act because of some of the new technology. But that has not come to fruition yet. It would probably be in the October meeting. I could update you on that.
All right. Any other questions? All right, I have a time management class to go to, and the rest of you can go to lunch. We will adjourn for lunch. Coming back at 1:30.
Are you serious?